City of Adelaide Council meeting on Tuesday, the 10th of May 2022. The Lord Mayor is in the chair. This council meeting will be streamed live and recorded for publishing to the internet. Please note that an audio and visual recording is being taken of this meeting. This means that your presence at and any contribution you make to the meeting may be collected, used, disclosed or published publicly by the Council, including transferring outside Australia.
Acknowledgement of country. Council acknowledges that we're meeting on the traditional country of the Kaurna people of the Adelaide Plains and pays respects to elders past and present. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land and acknowledge that they're of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. We also extend that respect to other Aboriginal language groups and other First Nations people who are present today. Acknowledgement of Colonel William Light. Council acknowledges the vision of Colonel William Light in determining the site for Adelaide and the design of the city with its 6 squares and surrounding belt of continuous parklands, which is recognised on the National Heritage List as one of the greatest examples of Australia's planning heritage.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we ask your blessing upon the works of the City of Adelaide. Direct and prosper its deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of this city. Amen.
Will all present stand in silence in memory of those who gave their lives in defence of their country at sea, on land and in the air. Thank you, members. Please be seated. Good evening, members. I have tonight one apology and one leave of absence. So Councillor Mackie is on leave and Councillor apprehends today as an apology for this evening's meeting. Members, confirmation of the minutes. We'll take the minutes from the 12th of April 22 as read and need to be confirmed as an accurate record. Could I have someone move? Thank you, Councillor Knoll. And a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Kouros. Members, any comments? If not, move to sum up. Members to the vote, those in favour, those against, that is carried. Members, we have 2 deputations this evening. We have one from Kelly Henderson. The first one's from Kelly Henderson on the City of Adelaide Living Heritage. Ms Henderson, if you'd like to come forward, you have 5 minutes. The bell will go at 4 minutes so that you know that you can sum up.
Thank you for accepting this public forum. Lord Mayor, elected members of the City Council, I'm here to beg you to reinstate the tradition which has existed in this city since 1859 of the Council drinking Australian wine served from the silver bowl donated by 4 of the colony's founders, which was received here in 1859. It is very distressing to see that under the current term of council, that tradition has failed to be upheld, and the wishes of the donors of that precious solid silver bowl have been dishonoured and disrespected so egregiously. Instead of serving Australian wine to the elected members of council so that they can drink to the memory of Colonel Light, Under this term of council, it has been turned into a sterile trophy under glass. This is not because of its condition or preserving it or conservation, because it is solid silver, it is not plated. It is a very, very high example of the art of silversmithing, beating a bowl from a single solid piece of silver. There are no conservation grounds on which it should not be used once a year for the purpose for which it came to South Australia from London. I could add similar comments, and I should mention the gifters. George Palmer Jr., from whom the council also received a portrait of William Light, Elder, Rakes Curry, and Jacob Montefiore, three of whom were commissioners founding the colony of South Australia. I suggest that if the council doesn't want to respect these gifts, that they should return them to the descendants. It was very distressing to also find that the ceremony, was not held in public. Instead, it was a private event. And I'll just read a very brief quote from the 1st of February 1859, which was published on the announcement of what was going to be done with this bowl in accordance with the wishes of the donors. All who choose will have an opportunity of drinking to the memory of Colonel Light. Not the select invitees of the Lord Mayor, all who choose. Furthermore, the ceremony will be repeated annually upon the anniversary of the foundation of the colony. And as we all know, that became annually at the first meeting of the election of a new council. And when there were no longer annual elections, it was annually every year. And then when Light's birthday was discovered, and David Elder published the date, which was found in his baptismal certificate, it was on Light's birthday. But on the 235th anniversary last year, there would have been no toast. The instructions were for there to be no toast, but we were saved from that abomination by thankful to Keith Conlon for going rogue against the instructions and having an ad hoc toast of his own so that we could all drink to the memory of Colonel Light. So I'd beg that the traditions be reinstated and the bowl and the ladle and also the loving cup and other donations be used for the purpose for which they were given to the council, which is part of the living heritage of the City of Adelaide. Part of the other living heritage of the City of Adelaide is the Parklands, and I would like to thank the councillors who voted against changing the name of the Adelaide Parklands to Cattletilla. What was put forward was originally providing a dual naming for the Parklands Authority. As a board and committee, we'd think that a name that would be thought up like thinker or committee or gathering. But no, what's actually happened is Light's name for the Adelaide Park, which he set aside, which is not a green place, it is brown, it is Australian grasses, has now, by a series of missteps and illegitimate exercise of unauthorised power, that is, ultra vires, the council, or several councillors, purported to change the name of the Adelaide Parklands. And we now have the Cattletilla Parklands Authority instead of the Adelaide Parklands Authority. What has been renamed is not the board, it is Light's Park itself. And I'd beg that that be rescinded. Thank you.
The second deputation tonight is from Mr Ian Vagg, speaking to motion without notice on 92 Braun Place. Welcome, Ian. You have 5 minutes. We'll ring the bell at 4 minutes.
Good evening, friends. Firstly, I'd like to thank our Lord Mayor for recognising the importance of this motion without notice by allowing its inclusion in your agenda. Thanks very much, Sandy. As we know, all councils have as core responsibilities roads, rates and rubbish. Our council has at least 2 other core responsibilities, the care and protection of the parklands, and, relevant to this motion, the support and protection of local heritage. Last year, a development application was made to SCAP covering properties at 89 to 94 Brown Place, North Adelaide. The application included the demolition of a local heritage building at 92 Brown Place to allow the construction of a 5-storey block of flats. That area, which we know as the Cathedral Precinct, is one of the oldest areas of North Adelaide, which contains a considerable number of local and state heritage listed buildings. It's the heartland of South Australia's built heritage. The reason for demolishing the local heritage place given by the developer was that, quote, it should never have been listed in the first place, end quote. There is a process for demolishing a heritage building which involves requesting the ERD court to delist it. The court would then carry out a thorough assessment of its heritage value and make its informed decision. Despite the council's advice, the developer chose not to take that route. The significance of this is that if the SCAP had approved the application, then a precedent would have been set by which any developer who wished to demolish a local heritage building could expect to do so simply by employing a heritage architect to say it should never have been listed in the first place. The future for local heritage in Adelaide would be bleak, to say the least. You might remember that on the 14th of December last, you voted unanimously to instruct the administration to make representation to SCAP objecting to this application and in particular to the demolition of a local heritage place. Fortunately, SCAP listened to the council together with some 30 other objectors representing over 80 people and refused the application. The developer has now appealed to the ERD court, so the risk to our heritage exists yet again. It was clear from the SCAP hearing that the council's opinion carried substantial weight, particularly where heritage is concerned. The council's heritage representative there made the significant point that no independent assessment of the heritage value of the property had been made. I believe it is very important that the council maintains its support for the preservation of heritage buildings and heritage areas by instructing the administration to apply to the court to join the proceedings so the council's expert advice could be available to the court. That is what this motion proposes. In its 2 clauses, it requests the administration to 1, make application to be joined as a party to the appeal lodged by the developer. 2, restates its opposition to the development and the grounds for such opposition. Clearly, by joining the case there will be some legal costs. However, the lead would be taken by the Planning Commission's lawyer, not the council's. And since I envisage the main purpose of the council joining the case is to provide expert witnesses with the authority of council behind them, I believe these costs would be minimal. At the risk of sounding like a slick salesperson, I would point out that expenditure on this case is an investment rather than a cost. This is widely regarded as a test case, so winning this should give certainty in planning, avoid future costs in defending piecemeal appeals or pointless CAP hearings. On behalf of our heritage, I request your unanimous support for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. Members, I'm actually going to bring the motion without notice on 92 Broad Place forward so that we can have the discussion now. Then we are going to go into confidence to look at the West End. West Franklin, sorry. And we have Constable in the room. So, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I wonder if you, Lord Mayor, would entertain a slight variation to the motion as lodged in recognition of the concern of the administration with the addition of the words "with costs not to exceed 25,000.
Thank you. I think we've captured that one.
Thank you. A second?
Is the other one the same? Was there a second? From the original one, there was also in line with the council resolution December 14, I think, from when you first circulated the motion, you just added that one on as well. Councillor?
Yes, I think that's there, restates its opposition to the development of the grounds.
Now, I saw two hands go up at once. I'm going to go to Councillor Kouros as the other North Ward councillor, and I'll come to you, Councillor Moran, to speak. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I should restate that administration was concerned about costs and did prepare an alternative motion for me that we get a quote or quotes and hold a special council meeting to consider those. And I propose simply that we as a council place a limit on the costs associated with this. And as we've heard from our speaker, it's not anticipated there will be substantial costs because it is not, and I would hasten to add for the administration's benefit, it is not my intention that the council should lead this, merely be joined to it, and therefore have the capacity to offer expert evidence from our staff who also gave evidence to SCAT. Now, this appeal to the ERD, where costs are typically lower, is to try to stop, as our speaker said, the precedent being established where a developer doesn't go through the appropriate process, that is to the ERD, and seeks the delisting of a property in order to demolish a property, any property, as part of a development. In this instance, what occurred was that a developer proposed a 5-level development between 89 and 94 Brougham Place, and included in that the demolition of a locally heritage-listed place, a substantial heritage-listed place. It was the School for the Blind factory, at which people who had vision impairment learned new trades until almost the early part of the 20th century. Now, it is historic to North Adelaide. It is part of our fibre, and I fear that unless we, as we've been invited to, draw a line in the sand, as we did unanimously on the 14th of December, then we are going to be subjected to claim after claim after claim of this nature, where a developer presents heritage property demolition as part of a development proposal. And if we take this opportunity now to go to the ERD court to enjoin the others who are appearing there and say, look, the proper process is to take these matters to the ERD court where there can be a reasoned and reasonable debate about the merits of demolition or not. It will save us a great deal of time. It will send a strong signal to our ratepayers and indeed to those who are fans of heritage in the City of Adelaide. It will draw that line in the sand. And I ask members to support it on the same basis that we all supported this in December last year.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Kouros.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Only just to say that I echo all that Councillor Martin has just said. I'd like to thank Councillor Martin for bringing this motion in again. It's very important to the North Adelaide community to maintain our heritage buildings, and I fully support it, and I hope that the remainder of the councillors would vote unanimously as we did back in December.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Moran.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. The great danger of this, as we've seen in the past, if the correct route isn't adhered to, that is that the building's looked at for first, that's the developer seeks the delisting, and that's the single route of that desire to get rid of that building, is done as a separate from a new plan. What I've seen over the years is that when this happens, as this developer is trying to do, often there is a chance that that development will not proceed Now that might be a development, take it to the ridiculous end, that is so valuable, so fantastic, it's worth the demolition of a heritage building. That would be the only way that would be acceptable. This, of course, isn't worthy of that, so that's a different point. But one must remember, once that development is approved, as one was in Whitmore Square, the heritage listing of that building is then removed. If that development then doesn't go ahead, the heritage listing does not go back to that building. So it can be removed and deemed that the replacement development is worthy. But what can happen is that worthy replacement development doesn't proceed, and a subpar development can then proceed, and the heritage listing is removed forever. So it is a very clever way, if the developer was so mindful of that, is to put up a very quality new development, don't proceed with it, and then put another application in for another development that isn't worthy. I think in this case this development isn't worthy. It is 5 stories of flats. The reason the developer put forward, as we remember, was that the old building wasn't worthy because it had been changed into a resident. I would say that makes it more worthy, in that it was an amazing readaptation of an industrial building into a very handsome, beautiful home, done many years ago, not just in this century, but in the last century. So that reimagining of that house wasn't indeed a heritage move as well. So rather than say that diminishes the heritage, I think it enhances the heritage. But as I said, remember that if this is a precedent, any unscrupulous person, and not saying this is the case here at all, can then just get a building delisted by a fake development and replace it with the development he wanted to. So it's a really dangerous precedent to set, because in this case I'm sure the developer is meaning to develop, but in many cases following they may not be meaning to develop. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moran. Members? Thank you, Councillor Kira.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I just have a question. I know that we don't have a governance officer here at the moment, so...
We do.
Oh, we do? Well...
Sorry, Jenny is Head of Governance.
Well, to cover legal matters, because I have a question, and that is, the question is, what legal interest does the Council have such that joining the appeal will make any concrete outcome? It's something I would normally expect Mick to answer, but...
CEO.
Thank you, through the Chair. Usual practice is that we would seek that advice for Council to consider, and so obviously I can't comment tonight, but we would obviously seek that advice and provide that to Council, and we did offer to hold a special Council meeting to enable Council to consider this advice, assuming we can source it in a timely manner.
Okay. Well, if I may speak, I mean, I do support the principle, the sentiment, and I do support the messaging that when a property is listed, as heritage listed, there's been a decision, a knockback, that should be adhered to, and nevertheless, developers have got rights in law. They've got their right to go to the ERD, and that is the law. It's just that as a council, we also have to be mindful of spending money when there may not be any practical outcome. This is a matter that's been undertaken between SCAP and the developer with the ERD. So with that in mind, if I could just propose a variation to the move of the motion, and that is simply to add at the end of number 1, after with costs not to exceed 25k, and to minimise costs as far as possible, as reasonably possible.
Councillor Martin.
Well, I think $25,000 says that. That's
well, it's a cap, but we may be able to not go up. It's just to say that we will try and minimise costs. So if the actions are not going to make any effect, and the court, we won't take them, is what I'm suggesting.
Look, Lord Mayor, I have every confidence in the administration minding the pennies and not spending a cent more than is necessary.
All right.
So I'm happy with 25.
So you don't want to change that. Okay. All right. I'll just leave it there. Let the others consider it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hyde, did you wish to speak?
Just a question. If my memory serves me correctly, we hold adjoining land to this? We made a submission.
CEO?
That was the basis upon which we were invited to object, is my recollection.
I'm not aware. I can't answer that, I'm afraid. And I don't think we have anyone here from planning at the moment.
That's okay.
Thank you, members. Any other comments? If not, I'll go back to Councillor Martin to sum up.
Look, just for the sake of clarity, Lord Mayor, it is so that we are an adjoining property owner because it's directly opposite the park. That is part of the Parklands. But the significance of this sequential request is that the council resolved to enjoin the SCAP hearing, at which we lodged our objections, and indeed our staff spoke eloquently and I understand had a substantial impact on the deliberations of SCAP. As a party to the SCAP hearing, we automatically have a right to enjoin the subsequent ERD hearing, which is what is occurring here. So it is a sequential process and we are seeking to minimise the costs, but nevertheless to state the very important principle at stake here.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Could have that noted as unanimous, please. Members, we actually have, I've lost my, one item to consider in confidence tonight, which is item 12.1. So I would look for a mover and a seconder for a motion to order the exclusion of the public for the item. If I could have a mover, please. Thank you, Councillor Kira. Seconded, Councillor Noel. Members? Councillor Martin.
Look, Lord Mayor, I'm so filled with goodwill that I have trouble rising to my feet at this time. But look, I am disappointed that we as a council are deciding to take this matter behind closed doors because of the stream of emails that we've all received from anguished residents around this area about the matter which is at hand. I think going behind doors will inspire in them a lack of confidence in us. Whether we are to consider something that they might view as satisfactory to them or unsatisfactory to them, just the simple fact of excluding them from the discussion will give rise to anxiety. And beyond the residents, there are those in the city who also feel they have an interest in this matter. And I know it will be to no avail, but I do urge members to not support this, and in doing so, invite the administration to find a way in which we can discuss this publicly and therefore satisfy those who have such a vital interest in it.
Thank you, members. Any other speakers? Sorry, I have Councillor Snake, then Councillor Hyde.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just to say that I was elected on a platform of transparency, and as such, I'll have to vote against this.
Councillor Hyde.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, to put other councillors at ease, I'm in constant contact with the residents, although I have not shared any of the contents of this report. The lead up to our consideration of this report, much of it has been publicly considered. In fact, it's been discussed in the media. Those residents understand that we would seriously jeopardise our legal position, and they would seriously jeopardise the outcome they are looking for if we were to consider our legal advice publicly, legal advice that anyone who disagrees with us would then hop onto our website and acquire and then hone their legal position on that basis. In fact, if anyone votes against this, and I'll be shocked if anyone does, I will be informing the residents that there were votes cast which would have seriously jeopardised the outcome that they are looking for from this council.
Thank you. Councillor Moran, did I see your hand up before?
Yes, you did. I too have been in constant contact as an area councillor with these residents, and I would say that there is definitely another view on the books there. And I would warn the councillor that such a communique, if it did go into confidence, would be extremely unwise of him, because it would be defamatory, and to say that people voting against it being in confidence would damage the outcome is to misspeak in an extreme way. This could have been arranged, that a lot of it could have been debated in public. I suspect that the reason that it's in confidence, a lot of it, is because people don't really want to know what they vote for, which way they voted. This is a public interest, and to suggest that discussing it in public would endanger our legal case is mischievous in the extreme. There is no secrets that we'd have from our residents. They've kept their views very clearly stated to us, and the legal advice given to us, unless we intend to be incredibly circuitous in our route to success in this, would be clear and should be shared with the residents. So I urge you to vote against this.
Councillor Kouros, apologies, I missed your hand before.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I actually have a conflict. I have a material conflict. So I don't. So I have a close association with people involved with the development. So I think I will remove myself from the chamber until this item has.
Thank you, Councillor Kouros. Councillor Ho.
Yeah, Lord Mayor, I have a pretty conflict of interest on this matter, and Grayton was my client about 6 or 7 years ago.
Received. Thank you, Councillor Ho. Members? Okay. We'll go back to Councillor Kira to sum up.
Summed up.
Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. So, members of the public and staff, thanks for your attendance for this first part of the meeting. Those not associated with item 12.1, the streaming will cease and staff not associated will be asked to go to the waiting room whilst Council considers this item on the agenda. The meeting will reopen and commence streaming at the conclusion of the item. Members, I'm going back to the agenda. We'll take a break in about half an hour. At item 8, there were no petitions. Oh, thank you. Sorry, we just have a couple of councillors that have to come back in. We do have quorum, but they were out of the room because of conflict, so I will allow them to come back into the room. Okay. I will keep going, and we'll oh no, I'm actually. Okay, members, I'm going to please call out. I'm going to see if what we can do on block. So we have 14. Members, 9.1, advice of Carotilla, Parklands Authority. 9.2, recommendation from the Reconciliation Committee. 10.1, community impact grants, Councillor Snake. 10.2, Gladys Elphick Park, Councillor Hyde. Draft lease, 10.3, draft Parklands lease and licensing policy. 10.4, homelessness, social, thank you, Councillor Kouros. Sorry, Councillor Martin, 10.3. 10.5, residential housing growth, thank you. 10.6, sister cities review. Councillor Martin. 10.7, Adelaide Economic Development Agency appointment of board member. I think we have to do that one anyway. Can that go through? Okay, we can take that one through on block. We're good. 10.8, quarterly business update, Q3. 10.9, draft business plan and budget, 22-23. 10.10, award of contract, Rymel Park, Mulla Wirrapurka. 10.11, review of council delegations. 10.12, the annual report on workplace behaviour. 10.13, Power Line Environment Committee as procedural. 10.14, Code of Conduct. I have to take that out. Declared. Right. Thank you, members. If I could have someone move, please, on block 9.1, 9.2, 10.7, 10.8, 10.11, 10.12 and 10.13.
Lord Mayor, I'm asking, will you allow us to vote individually on those? I don't wish to support all of them. No? Okay, well I won't vote.
They're on block, so we take them on block. So I need a member to move, please. Thank you, Councillor Moran. Seconded, Councillor Kouros. Members, sum up. Councillor Moran, you happy to sum up? Members to the vote, those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you, members. That takes us back to 10.1, Community Impact Grants. Councillor Snow.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I'm happy.
Are you
to
moving?
move this. Yes. I'll look for a seconder.
Thank you, Councillor Martin.
Yeah, I just wanted to very, very quickly note with relief the updated inclusion of the Adelaide Day Centre in our community impact grants. There was a bit of concern earlier on in the year around a potential loss of funding for the Adelaide Day Centre, which came as many of the staff and volunteers were in mourning for the tragic passing of Sister Janet Mead. So to see this, see Council still providing this funding is a great relief, and I thank the Council for that.
Thank you. Councillor Martin, did you wish to speak? Members? If not, I'll go back to Councillor Snow to sum up.
Summed up.
Members to the vote, those in favour? Those against? That is carried. That takes us to 10.2, Gladys Elphick, Councillor Hyde.
I have an alternative motion, which is merely a replication of the APLA advice.
Thank you. So the inclusion of the advice from Catatella down the bottom. There's a couple of changes. So it's actually, there are a couple of changes in addition to the Parklands Authority advice. So in principle supports rather than approves. And that's actually quite different.
Is it?
Well, it's different to what I have in front of me. Can I have the original, please? Could I have the original on screen, please? So that is the original.
Oh, no, sorry, I'm saying that's the council recommendation.
Yeah, so you want the alternate and you've added the Parklands Authority advice, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no, the alternate is the Parklands advice. My understanding.
Okay, great. And I'll look for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Donovan. Councillor Hyde.
This is just a verbatim inclusion of APLA's advice. I thought it was quite reasonable. Disability access, which makes sense. There was obviously some concern around the shade structures, and at 2 in the report, we obviously request that once the shade structures have been designed and drawn up, they are then brought back to us. At APLA, they asked for the designs to also be brought back to them, so I imagine that would happen through the normal processes, and that advice, or the expert advice on those structures would then be brought back to us. To my mind, that's the only real risk in that, is some ugly structures on the Parklands, but this mitigates against that.
Thank you. Councillor Donovan, did you wish to speak? Members? Councillor Martin?
Yes, look, I'm grateful to Councillor Hyde for bringing forward those recommendations of APLA. They were significant, and particularly the gates. What was mentioned in the authority papers previously on the 28th of April, but not presented to us, is that a loophole means that there will be no public consultation on this project at all, as there should be in such cases, in my view. But be that as it may, it appears that SACA is urgently looking for a viewing site at Park 25 outside its lease and licence area. It will pay no fees, and as we heard in committee, there's no such agreement at all like this anywhere in the Parklands. The concrete and grassed structure will sit outside of the area leased by SACA, and SACA doesn't want to revise the existing lease and licence to incorporate this. It wants this extraordinary one-off agreement to sit next to the existing agreement, and so the life of this tiered seating is 30 years, which is what the lease is for Park 25. 30 years of a site in the Parklands that is not covered by a licence. SACA will pay for it, and SACA will manage it, and a management agreement will allow exclusive occupation rights, obviously to SACA members, of course, during periods of cricket and football events. And that could be 365 days a year, could be every day of the year. And I don't know that because unusually there's no agreement attached to any of the papers, no management agreement whatever. We cannot see it. Now this is also being rushed through. There wasn't really much conversation at the committee other than what's this all about. And it's my view that it's this sort of process that gets council into trouble all the time on the Parklands, forced errors that councils will come to criticise and use their head. I just can't understand why we should be approving a built form development outside a lease or a licence agreement simply via a management agreement. It is development creep on the Parklands. What should happen is the lease and licence conditions should be revised, triggering a public consultation process, which is the way we usually do it, and the costs paid for by SACA. SACA already has very generous allowances at Park 25, and this is an example of further expansion into that site simply for the commercial benefit of a cricket club without any identification of community benefit.
Members? If not, I'll go back to Councillor Hyde to sum up.
I desperately tried to find an issue with this project, and even me, with my most cynical hat on, was unsuccessful, so I commend Councillor Martin. I even made a point to look at it and just determine how close any residences are, and they're at a minimum some few hundred metres away, and it's even temporary accommodation. So I see no issue with this. I think this is a genuine community-focused club looking to improve the user experience of the Parklands and actually build infrastructure for us and obviously maintain that infrastructure. I think these things will probably last longer than 30 years, so if someone wants to use that building after, in fact the SACA building which they paid for and built, is probably going to last longer than 30 years, so if future councils determine that they don't want to renew their lease, then there is an asset there returned to the City of Adelaide and to the people of Adelaide to use. I see no issue with this. I acknowledge the peculiarities about it from a process perspective. But again, I see no issue. As Councillor Martin has spoken about, I see nothing relevant that would impede our decision making here. And obviously this club wants to do something, they want to do it quickly. We've been able to facilitate that. Too often, urgent things and good initiatives which are time sensitive, they go into the cogs of government and they get ground up in those cogs and they go there and they die. I think this is a really good example of the administration working with a key stakeholder on a solution and delivering that to us to approve. It adversely affects absolutely no one, so I see no reason why we wouldn't support this.
Members to the vote, those in favour, those against, that is carried.
Council members, a division has been called on the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please stand and remain standing until all names have been called.
Councillor Kouros, Councillor Khera, Councillor Ho, Councillor Hyde, Councillor Knoll and Councillor Donovan.
Members, that takes us to 10.3, which is the draft Parklands lease and licence policy for the purpose of undertaking community consultation. I look for a mover. Members, I'm looking for a mover. Thank you, Councillor Knoll, and I'm looking for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Councillor Knoll, did you wish to speak to Councillor Hyde? Members, Councillor Martin.
Lord Mayor, look, I will be voting against this for much the same reasons as the previous item in terms of process. This is a very substantial change to the leasing and licensing arrangements in the Parklands. It was not the subject of a committee workshop. It was brought to us as a baked cake with the recommendation that we endorse it, and yet it contains conditions, including the right of the administration to assume responsibilities it has not previously had, including whether to approve a lease or a licence that could have been in operation for 15 years with say, multiple leases as a consequence. It doesn't allow, for example, for there to be discounts as we do now on the basis of how people look after the parklands. Indeed, the agreements in relation to discounts come down to meeting the terms of the licence, which is what, of course, we would expect everyone to do. And I understand also that the administration will now, without any reference to the Parklands Authority or Parklands groups at all, will be able to make decisions about leases and licences for periods up to 5 years. I am pleased, however, about one aspect of this, and that is that there is now a requirement for lease and licence holders to provide information to the City of Adelaide where there are subleases or licences offered. Now, there have been circumstances in years gone by, which still pertain today, I might add, where we have licensed parklands to groups who have multiple sub-licences for which they receive amounts of money far in excess of what they pay the city for the licence. That is not reasonable, and for the council to seek to have some oversight of that is a reasonable initiative on the part of the council. I do note, however, consistent with the council's refusal to publish the information about the amounts paid for licences, that there is nothing in the papers that have been presented to us to show that that information will be made public. It would seem to me that if we were going to go to that stage of requiring that information from licence holders about how much they are receiving for sub-licences, it would seem to me to be reasonable to publish that material, but there's nothing in here to support that. Now, be that as it is an improvement, it is not enough for me to support this. I fear this is an initiative that will vest more power in the administration and less in the Parklands Authority.
Members? Councillor Hunt?
Just Lord Mayor, I appreciate the concerns raised, but given this is only going out to community consultation, I'm really interested to hear what the community has to say about that. I'm particularly interested to know whether there are things which aren't covered in here that they would like to be covered. Obviously, Parklands and those licenses are a very hot topic, particularly where they are adjacent, where residents are living and that sort of thing. So I really hope councils do vote for this so we can hear from our community about what they want to see in the policy.
Thank you. And members, I might just say, given that this is again going out to community consultation, I thought it was an excellent revision, very outcome focused, and in the discussion at Caterpillar was really about turning the policy on its head so that we're rewarding for the outcomes that we want to see. If council feels at any stage, of course, that it's not in accordance with our own vision, or we want an annual report to come in, that's up to us to make changes to the policy, which we can do after the consultation. But I would also like to hear from those that have leases and licences in the Parklands to see how they respond to this. I'll go back to Councillor Knoll to sum up.
As this is going to public consultation, I mean, let us get all the information from the public first, and then we can debate out all the pros and cons, because that's all this is, and then we can really make that last definitive answer and raise our concerns at that point, understanding what our community wants. So, you know, I'll wait to hear from them first.
Thank you. Members, to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Members, that takes us to 10.4. Councillor Kouros, I think you called this one out. Yep.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have
an alternate motion.
An alternate motion. And do I have a seconder for it?
we have worked with.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. If we can just have a moment to have a look at that. So, okay. Section 2, thank you. Councillor Couros, if you'd like to speak to it. You have a seconded. Councillor Hyde seconded.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It was a very good report. I'm not, and policy, sorry. I'm not taking anything away from that. I just thought that we just wanted to, I just felt that we needed to talk about that gap between homeless people and mental health, needing that extra, these vulnerable people needing some extra services in regards to supporting them that are living on the streets. So I just added extra policy work for administration to consider in regards to more and better services, a dedicated 24/7 care facility with mental health services, and better understanding of the strong correlation between homelessness and mental health issues. I would love to be able to work more in that way to support the vulnerable people on the street.
Thank you. Councillor Hyde, did you wish to speak? Councillor Snape?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a question first of administration in regards to the second bullet point. It's my understanding, having done quite extensive research on this for my 2018 council run, that council itself is not a service provider. We do offer funding and supports for various service providers, but we're not ourselves a service provider. Is that correct?
CEO?
Thank you through the chair. That's correct. And I think that is picked up in the motion where it talks, the amendment where it talks to advocacy as opposed to delivery.
Okay, thank you. Yes, in that case, I'm more than happy to support this. I thank Councillor Couros for the amendment. It's very clear for any of those who have been following the long fight against homelessness and trying to get people off the streets and into safe care, that mental health illness is one of the biggest barriers that people face. So I certainly support this motion, and I hope encourage fellow councillors to do so as well. I think it should be a unanimous vote, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Councillor Hyde. And then Councillor Martin. Oh, Councillor Martin, you go first, and then Councillor Hyde. No, it's all right. I've called you.
Look, I am reluctant to support this for a variety of reasons, not just the alternative motion. I am concerned that we are seeking to make explicit points in relation to issues of mental health and substance abuse as a cause or a relation to homelessness. The academic studies show that there is a relationship, but it's a bit of a two-way relationship. It is that very often people suffer mental illness because of the action of being made homeless. One of the growing categories of homelessness in South Australia, in Adelaide, is not mental illness, it's domestic violence. The single biggest category of homelessness today in Adelaide is women. Women over the age of 40 fleeing domestic violence. And so to suggest that substance abuse and mental illness are always, or at least for a large part of the time, associated with homelessness is a slippery path in my view. But having said that, my objections primarily are that the consultation which accompanied this document sought from almost every single agency involved in housing homelessness opinions about what council should do. And every single agency almost said that council should use its significant land assets and new rate rebates of various kinds to assist in homelessness. And I referred to the summary of the consultation at pages 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 and 17, at which this is made abundantly clear. Now, none of that has been incorporated, none of the consultation. And that's why I have a little chuckle when Councillor Knoll says, I want to hear what the public says, because invariably this council hears from the public and then ignores it. And that's what we've done with this study. We just didn't listen. We haven't listened because the City of Adelaide has changed its view of how we deal with homelessness. It is now no longer our problem, not one in which we invest money, not one in which we invest $1 to get a good outcome. It's one in which we talk to people about somebody else doing something. It is the single biggest ideological shift in this council in 4 years. We used to be involved in homelessness to the extent of helping people off the streets of Adelaide and to get a roof over their head in so many ways. Today, all it is it is good enough for us to say it's somebody else's problem, somebody else should do something about it, but not this council.
Councillor Hyde?
Don't even know what to say after that. Well, first of all, the council hasn't had a position on it. This is a first-time policy, an initiative of this council, and it's one to be commended. This council has, of course, put lots of money into homelessness. In fact, I brought a motion myself. It was one of the first things I did here, so I'm not sure where this idea comes from. And I'm having spent a lot of time in my ward, which obviously does have a higher instance of rough sleepers. Obviously, there is a correlation between homelessness and mental health issues and substance abuse issues. I'm not suggesting there aren't other things that contribute to those factors. But what I would say is that those issues are very clear in the city. And you saw it happen in the pandemic when people were being housed, but some would refuse to go into accommodation because for whatever sad reason, they preferred to be there on the street instead of in accommodation, which they didn't have to think about funding. So there is a very, very clear correlation there. But what I do really like about this motion is it talks about service provision, which is obviously something that we don't do. And I would challenge councillors to list to me how we actually help get people off the streets, because we are a facilitator. We are a local government authority that helps connect dots, and we provide funding to others to do that. We certainly do not do it ourselves, as Kieran said. That is good, but I also am really thrilled to see in there reference to a dedicated 24/7 care facility with mental health services. And we are advocating for that, but it's very, very clear to me, Lord Mayor, when mental health beds in South Australia were closed, when wards at Glenside were closed, when those services were scaled back, and you can talk to any constituent, any ratepayer on the street, and they'll tell you the same thing. The instances of people who had mental health issues, and that correlated with homelessness as well, of those people being out and causing issues and not getting the care that they need, rose dramatically. And I'm very pleased to see that in there, and we have a new government who hopefully will be serious about institutionalised care and reintroducing mental health beds into the system. Any government that is serious about homelessness is serious about mental health. Any government that is serious about mental health will look at integrating those services and bringing those services back. There just isn't any other way to do it. The policies of social inclusion of the state government, which was 2 previous administrations ago, the policies of social inclusion which said, no, we're going to stop providing care in a 24/7 manner, we are going to put people in the community, those policies have clearly failed. They failed here in the city, they failed in the South Ward. Increasingly I hear of failures of that policy in the North Ward, and of course in the CBD as well, where things are getting worse. I think this is a really good motion. I thank Councillor Couros.
Thank you. Councillor Kera?
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Briefly, I support this motion as well. I think it's correct to say that there is a link between the decline or the the loss of mental health, and in particular specific mental health facilities, a 24/7 facility, as we had seen in the past. There is a clear link between that and the outcomes and the loss of support that rough sleepers have, particularly in this area. I do not think that to include this in the motion and to include an acknowledgement of the mental health problems and issues facing the homeless, for which they used to have 24/7 care. I do not think that including that is somehow derogating or taking away from all the other causes and issues of homelessness. It is not. Plainly it is not. And I think to advocate against this and to advocate against us putting forward a 24/7 care facility is itself extremely, well, it would be a very troubling position for a council to take, to not acknowledge the mental health issues and problems that are bound up in the homeless problem here, and the responsibility of the state government to provide full and adequate mental health services. I think that this is exceptionally important, and I would not attempt to derogate from the mental health problems by trying to suggest that, oh, well, that's not the reason, that's not a problem, it's not an issue or something like that. It is an issue. It is a real issue, and it's good it's being acknowledged.
Members? Councillor Knoll?
Just real quickly, when I hear that we haven't been supporting or whatever, we support quite a few organisations, and even the Dunstan Foundation with their Zero Homeless, etc. We provide money and support that way because it sits outside our ability to deliver these. But we also are sitting on all of these various supports, and we have our own group of people that have that greater brief about how do we assist them in delivering these things. So our job is to, wherever we can, certainly enable them to do their work, but also for us to be part of this conversation, because we hear and see things as councillors and as an administration that many of them don't. And I think that's our role, and enabling others to do their work efficiently and providing that money to those organisations is far better value than us getting, again, involved in areas that sits outside our skill sets. And I think this is quite all right to do that, and we should have some strong assistance and a focus for others to do that work.
Members? If not, I'll go back to Councillor Couros to sum up. Councillor Couros?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Mental health is a very complex issue. It has so many layers, and none of us in here are experts about that. And none of us are really on the streets and understand what it's like for them, that for the people that are on the street. They are vulnerable, they need care. Many times I speak to administration in regards to people that are on the street and they've been housed, but they've been unable to actually take care of themselves once they are housed, so they need that extra care. I hope councillors here support this amendment. It's a great step forward to start actually talking about other complex issues out on the street. There are many, there's not just one, and I am not saying that all homeless people are suffering from substance abuse or mental health. What I'm saying is that gap where that work is required to be built in the policy for us to be able to address it and be able to support the people to get them off the street and to be able to get some extra care.
Members to the vote, those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Division's been called.
All those in favour of the motion, please stand and remain standing until all names have been called.
Councillor Moran, Councillor Couros, Councillor Khera, Councillor Ho, Councillor Snape, Councillor Hyde, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, members. I think I'll try for two more before we go on break. So 10.5, residential housing growth, Councillor Hyde.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have an alternative motion. Merely incorporates my feedback from the committee.
Thank you. I'll look for a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Councillor Hyde.
I'll reserve my right.
Councillor Moran? Oh, sorry, Councillor Knoll, did you wish to speak to it?
Reserve.
Thank you, Councillor Moran.
Just a point of process, can I ask, as Team Adelaide's been holed up in the office all day, I gather these have been passed around
Councillor.
and discussed. Could I ask that the members of the Dominant team please give their large changes to these motions a little earlier? This is quite a significantly large motion. I find it difficult to read off the screen. I think it's good governance if you share these. And yes, you were all in the office together all day.
I won't deny that, but no other councillors have seen this. In actual fact, it was drafted by the administration and provided to me at 4:30 after our discussions.
I haven't seen it either, Councillor Moran. Members, would anybody else like to speak to the motion before us? If not,
a few minutes to read it.
yep, sure. I'm happy to give you a few minutes to read it.
No, I haven't actually. I've read it just now because I can.
Members, if I.
I don't know. I read it more. It's not hard.
So, members, are we ready to continue? Are there any other speakers? So, I'll go Councillor Martin and Councillor Snape.
Lord Mayor, this is a sweeping change that is substantially different to what was proposed, and frankly, it is an indication of how dysfunctional we are that the administration had presented this at 4:30 to the leader of the Team Adelaide faction, who's tabled it.
Councillor Martin, if you please, I'm very happy for you to speak to the alternate motion, but if we can speak to the motion, please.
I am, Lord Mayor. I'm explaining to everyone that this was delivered to Councillor Hyde at 4:30 this afternoon with a plethora of changes, including collaboration with the state government on a trial for repurposing older and vacant buildings within the City of Adelaide. With the potential
Point of order, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Lord Mayor. There are mistruths coming out of the councillor's mouth. I'd ask him to withdraw them. He can very clearly see that out of 21 action items, there are 3 minor changes to particular points based on my feedback at committee. His speech is becoming a farce. I respectfully ask that you rein him in.
Lord Mayor, he's at it again, Lord Mayor. I mean, I had hoped that after he had a thump in the electorate, he'd come back.
Oh, Councillor Martin, I'm sorry, but you actually started. If we could please just all stop. We are only going to speak to the motion. If you are not speaking to the motion, I will ask you to be seated, each and every one of you. Thank you.
Lord Mayor, what I want to say is that it is inappropriate that something like this is presented to a councillor at 4:30 without notice to members at 8 o'clock, and that the person tabling these amendments doesn't even do us the courtesy of stepping us through what is proposed. Simply says, no, I won't speak, I reserve my right. It is thumbing the nose at the elected members. And on that basis alone, it's enough to not vote for it. But frankly, I can't vote for it. I don't understand it. It hasn't been explained, and the member hasn't even done us the courtesy of attempting.
I have Councillor Snape next.
Well, can I move that we defer it to the next meeting and then have a good look at it and come back to it? Because it looks like it could be good policy, but I'm just not quite sure yet.
You can if there's a seconder. You've already spoken, Councillor Moran. Sorry, you can't second. You did speak, thank you. You're taken to have spoken. Even yelling across the chamber is taken to have spoken. If there is a seconder for deferral, if not, we will sit down. We won't.
But
you can speak.
I'll still
speak
more generally about comments that I made in last week's committee meeting, and my biggest concern is not around the housing stock per se, because this does mention creating more housing in the city, but those of us who actually live in the city are and I won't bring that whole debate again. But those of us who actually do live in the city know that many apartments and houses, townhouses, are in fact empty, and it's not they're owned, but they're empty. They're investments, they're not homes. So it's about activating those in my mind, not necessarily building more towers and more. We've become almost a developer's paradise, I would suggest. So as a younger-ish person who is looking at buying in the city, I'm struggling to find affordable places. Rents are going up, and yet we're supposed to be trying to bring people into the city. So I will support anything that helps that, but it needs something much wider ranging than this, involving rates and all these kind of changes that need to be dealt with. I guess I just suggest that perhaps we need less real estate agents on council and more residents.
Councillor, that is uncalled for. I actually have Councillor Hyde first, then Councillor Kerr.
Sorry, Lord Mayor. I was going to speak first once reading time was up, but my hand was missed. I deeply regret that my councillors, some of my colleagues, failed to understand it. I think it's very clear. I think it's an excellent recommendation, and it is based purely on the feedback that I provided at committee. I listened very intently to colleagues' feedback, such as yours, about the power lines, Lord Mayor, and it's unfortunate that they don't listen to mine. It is pretty much verbatim what I suggested, and there were no objections or protestations at that point in the committee. It is purely based off that. Very clear changes. 13 is tidied up and honed, taking it from an action item which had only vague sort of actions arising from it to something quite specific. At 14, focus area 3, products and models, I think it's very clear that we wish to engage more thoroughly with those large landholders in the city, and that hones that. And Lord Mayor, one which you're particularly passionate about, 21, which is having a pilot to help us work out what the barriers are to adaptive reuse of buildings within the City of Adelaide, regulatory barriers and what have you. Through our conversations and conversations with others, I always envisaged that would be a partnership with state government, because they are a key stakeholder in producing those regulations and those burdens on the development sector regarding adaptive reuse. So, I mean, I thought it was clear at committee that we would be partnering with someone else to deliver that. I don't think the City of Adelaide should be picking up a hobby building and restoring it or changing it or adapting it by itself, and I think it would be a very valuable exercise to conduct with the state government. Again, very straightforward changes based on our discussions. I regret that some members don't understand it. I hope I've been able to illuminate the topic for them.
Members, Councillor Kerr.
I was going to do that. I might do it myself again, just to reinforce that it's not complex, what's being presented to us tonight. It's actually not complex. I've just read it just now as it's been on the screen. I was not presented with this any time earlier. I don't know when the administration was actually requested to provide this. I suspect it was actually quite recently, so I think it's a bit of a slur to suggest that somehow the administration has held it back or something from us. I think they've done a good job. And
point of order, Lord Mayor, that was not suggested.
Councillor Kerr.
So for the benefit of councillors who are unable to actually get what's on the screen, I'm going to summarise very quickly. Number one just says investigate opportunities to assist empty nesters and downsizers to investigate expanding living space in heritage homes, right? Providing extra living space. Number two says...
What's it mean?
What does it mean? Investigate opportunities for housing for empty nesters.
Members.
If you listen
you don't,
to the words,
members.
I'll ask for extra time on this actually. If you listen to the words being enunciated, that's a clue as to what it means. It means investigate opportunities for housing for empty nesters, downsizers and people ageing in place. Incentives for expanding living space in heritage homes and cottages. The key word is investigate. These are perfectly reasonable.
Councillor Martin, stop interrupting,
these interruptions
please.
illustrate a failure from a basic cognizance, I would suggest to you.
Councillor Kerr, you can speak. I'm asking. Councillor Martin, please be seated. Councillor Moran, please be quiet. Councillor Kerr, I am interrupting you, so I'd like you to stop for a moment.
Sure.
Take a breath.
Sure.
Stop interrupting Councillor Kerr. Councillor Kerr, if you could please speak to the motion. You don't actually have to read the motion.
In order to speak to the motion, I'm going to have to read the motion because it has been suggested that it's too hard to understand. It's not. And that is why I'm going to continue on this path with your leave. Number 2 says, engage with owners of significant sites to encourage development to provide additional housing. There is a housing crisis across the entire country, in fact across the entire globe, but there is a high housing crisis here in Adelaide, and every council should do what it can to encourage the provision of new houses, new dwellings. That is how you lower the price of housing and how you get people with a roof over their head. Number 3 just says, in collaboration with the state government, identify ways to address barriers to the repurposing of older and vacant buildings, right? So that is just about older vacant buildings. How can the state government and us together say to owners of big vacant buildings, hey, can you change this so that people might be able to live in there? What can we do to assist? It's not rocket science. It's not hard. It eminently makes sense. There's a housing crisis. Let's vote for this now and not kick the can, to quote, or kick it into the never never, to quote a former councillor's favourite phrase.
Members, I'm going to go to Councillor Hyde to sum up.
I just want to thank the administration for indulging, assisting with this. I think it was an excellent policy by and large when it originally came through, but those changes, and I appreciate them engaging with me to achieve this motion before us. If I can elaborate further and reiterate precisely what I said at the committee, my point regarding what has become item 13 on the plan was actually around, obviously you get many heritage homes, particularly in the residential north and the residential south of the city of Adelaide. Those homes often do get extensions added to the back, increasing the living space, and thus those homes are able to accommodate more people. More families come to use them because the space is updated and it's more workable. And in doing so, you then increase the residential growth, or at a minimum, these upgraded homes increase the capacity for residents to occupy them because more people may occupy them. There are many of such properties, Lord Mayor, which sit unimproved. They sit in much the same state that they used to be in. Many of them, sadly, are not in good condition, and I believe that is because they are not occupied as well as they should be. And of course, that is one of the best ways to preserve heritage, is to ensure that people are using it. Because if something is sitting unoccupied, that's when it becomes a decrepit building and sits there and isn't used. But this is a way which, if we get the regulatory framework right, we can assist in unlocking. Instead of working with 1 or 2 developers on big sites, we can assist in working with hundreds and thousands of residents who own many sites in the city, and assisting them in going and improving those sites and allowing more people to come and live in the city.
Members, to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried.
Council members, the division has been called on the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please stand and remain standing until all names have been called.
Councillor Couros, Councillor Khera, Councillor Ho, Councillor Hyde, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Donovan.
Members, we are going to take a 20-minute break. I'll see everybody back in the chamber at 8:30. Thank you. Streaming's on? Excellent. Thank you. That we pick up at 10.6, Sister Cities Review, and I look for a mover. Thank you, Councillor Hyde. And a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Councillor Hyde, did you wish to speak to it?
No, thank you.
Councillor Hyde? Sorry, Councillor Knoll. Members? Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, I'm very aware that foreign relations and diplomacy are generally best left to the federal government, but I am also aware that many of our ratepayers are interested in this report because they don't approve of our relationships with the 3 Chinese cities, not least because, as I heard a federal Liberal member on ABC Radio this morning, Tony Payson, saying because of their coercive actions in relation to the Australian wine industry, which, as we all know, has been, and in fact Councillor Ho would know it because of his involvement, has been devastated by the bans on Australian wines, or at least the excessive tariffs, and unfortunately, those impacts have also been felt in other areas of our primary industries. And I know, as indeed all members know, that our Hong Kong residents, our Chinese Hong Kong residents, are also unhappy with the CCP and what it's done to their democracy.
I'll ask you to speak to the motion before us. Thank you, Councillor.
I will accept this document in the knowledge that it says that the next council will have the opportunity to make a decision in relation to these relationships. But I would like to point out, because I know it's a matter of some offence to some people, that the City of Adelaide provides a link from our website to charming Qingdao website, which is hosted by China Daily, which is the official public relations arm of the Chinese Communist Party. And I would ask that the administration have a look at that and see if we could not perhaps find a better way of linking people to Qingdao other than directing them to the China Daily, Chinese Communist Party publicity machine.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Members? If not, I'll go back to Councillor Hyde to sum up. Members to the vote, those in favour, those against, that is carried. That takes us, members, on. I will just say we've dealt with 10.7, but I just want to acknowledge and thank the CEO and administration for bringing that through on our agenda and not in confidence, as has been the way in the past. We have at 10.9 the draft business plan and budget, and I'll look to the floor. Councillor Hyde.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Are you moving?
Alternative. This is very straightforward. It's just a 90% asset sustainability ratio.
Thank you, Councillor Hyde. I will look for a seconder. Councillor Knoll. Councillor Hyde, if you'd like to speak to the motion.
Yes, just very briefly, and also for the benefit of members, the only things which have been taken out are the clauses for noting, because the figures would have changed once you factor in a 90% asset sustainability ratio. I appreciate the advice of the administration regarding constraints and the ability to deliver such a program, but after we have had disruptions from the pandemic, and we've obviously had some systemic issues over the longer term in delivering our infrastructure program for many various reasons, I think it's really important for us to strive to maintain an asset sustainability ratio which is considered in the green. I fully appreciate that we will have quarterly reviews of our capital works program as part of our budget review, and if the administration feels to the point that they are unable to deliver on this, then they will inform us of those constraints. But I think it's really important that we seek to maintain our infrastructure at quite a sustainable rate, noting that obviously many previous councils also struggled to reach that figure, because we do manage, I think, around $1.5 billion worth of infrastructure in the City of Adelaide. Nevertheless, if we fall behind in that maintenance, it will need to be caught up in subsequent years. So I think as a council we should be striving to have an ASR which is in the green. That is what this achieves. It's actually part of, if you look at our long-term financial plan, a record investment and a record spend on infrastructure within the City of Adelaide. I also think it's important for the council to seek to build capability, as I know the executive are doing, but to continue to build capability within the infrastructure teams and all the associated teams within that portfolio, so that we can deliver a more ambitious infrastructure program in the future, Lord Mayor. And that means when we look at our main streets, and once those master plans are finalised and we consider the Main Street Revitalisation Fund, we'll be able to deliver on new and upgraded assets there, as well as there are many other greening and beautifying initiatives that I know councillors are passionate about. Now that we've fixed the books with a budget in front of us which is balanced, according to our long-term financial plan, debt will be gone in only a couple of years' time, which is unheard of for a capital city council coming out of the pandemic. We've done the groundwork in setting up the Economic Development Agency. We've done the groundwork on our master plans. I'm really hoping that the next council can take a very, very strong position and seek to build on that in the future. And that's what this 90% sustainability ratio is about. It's about building that capability, but also not falling behind in the things that we do need to do.
Councillor Knoll. Members, I would normally not speak till the end, but I do want to talk about a possible inclusion into the business and budget consultation, which is to add a Part 7, as I spoke at committee last week, which is requesting we investigate a scheme for enabling underground power lines in small residential streets. I thank Tom McCready for sending out some information of the previous undergrounding schemes that we've had. However, none of them really deliver on this particular initiative. The hotspot scheme doesn't actually allow for undergrounding, it allows for the moving of Stobie poles, and so this is specific to undergrounding. And I'm doing this now because I'd like to hear the debate on whether we support this or not. I'm aware that this will add additional dollars to the draft budget, but the intention is that we can have a look at the consultation and adjust the budget accordingly to bring it back to a break-even or even a small surplus. But I would like some feedback on this through the consultation process. So I look to the mover to see whether he'd be happy to incorporate this as a variation.
I listened to you at committee and this makes a lot of sense to me. Yes,
Thank you. So if I can put this into the motion above as a variation. And the seconder, Councillor Knoll, are you happy to? Thank you. So, members, I think we've also, obviously, the information talks about plaque, but that is actually for main arterial roads and gateways. Again, it doesn't address the small residential streets in the city of North Adelaide, and it would give us a framework to do that. So, I'm going back to the floor. Councillor Kerr.
Can I just propose a variation to the variation and suggest up to small residential streets in the city of North Adelaide with a focus on streets that have a predominantly heritage character or nature? Is that something you'd consider?
Well, we can, but if we ask the CEO, we could take that as an undertaking as part of the thing that we could have a look in this game.
My thoughts are that undergrounding is good, but I think that undergrounding would be particularly good in streets that have a heritage character, because it would, it's possibly more worthwhile in those streets if we had a focus of some sort. That's just my thought on that, so I'll leave that up to you, Lord Mayor, as to how you want it.
I'm open to see what it comes back when they bring back a scheme. And the streets that we spoke about, Councillor Kerr, were actually heritage streets. So I think we can have a look when it comes back.
It was probably really a question I should have asked the administration, whether that would be the case. It sounds like it is, so we'll see what we get. So that's all.
We'll see what comes back for endorsement. I'm going to the floor, sorry. Members? Councillor Martin?
Yeah, a couple of questions, Lord Mayor. What does this do to the result for the budget in terms of the bottom line?
I will go. Sorry, CEO.
Thank you, through the Chair. Just to clarify, the change to the asset sustainability ratio, as well as the item 7, both?
Yes.
So the asset sustainability ratio will impact borrowings, so it doesn't impact the bottom line. And in terms of part 7, Grace, do you just want to explain how that is accounted, please?
Thank you for the question through the chair. It is a operational cost in nature because the undergrounding of the power lines can't be capitalised, and so that 300,000 would be a direct impact to the bottom line.
Which will now be.
So for draft consultation, I'd propose that the way I would interpret that would be that 300,000 would come straight off the bottom line, and we'd be proposing a draft consultation as a deficit position of approximately 270,000.
Thank you. And also in respect to borrowings, borrowings will blow up by what?
Thank you for the question. The impact of the change in the asset sustainability ratio will directly impact borrowings by the change from 70 to 90% is approximately $8.5 million.
Thank you. And another question of the administration. It was proposed in documents presented to committee and to the audit committee that there be an increase in 300 paid parking spaces in the city, which have not been discussed by council, but I can't find them anywhere in the consultation document. They still will go ahead, is that correct?
CEO.
Thank you through the chair. No, they won't go ahead, so that list of opportunities was refined based on council member feedback, and as was explained to council at the time, many of those are still subject to council resolution, whether it's through a business case, whether it's through further information or advice. Those were a list of opportunities that were flagged at this point, not to be placed in the draft budget, but to just capture that so there was visibility.
Okay, so not happening. Thank you. May I speak, Lord Mayor?
Yes, you may.
Look, I am delighted that Councillor Hyde has moved to increase the amount of money that we're spending on our asset maintenance. It is a problem, not of previous councils, mainly this one, where we've had in recent years asset maintenance ratios of 76, 40%, 72%, possibly 60% this year, and now 90%, which is good. As the administration has noted, that prolonged reduction in asset renewals of the kind we're talking about just increase future maintenance and capital works requirements, and of course that just burdens future councils, so the next council is going to have to deal with that. So this is a good start. It is, unfortunately, on top of a plan that has cut corners for many years, but welcome nevertheless. Lord Mayor, I am going to have difficulty voting for this budget. I have problems with some of the fundamentals. Rates revenue based on 1% new development, 1.25 and 2% CPI. We know already the ABS is talking 5%. In the most recent quarter, Reserve Bank's talking 6% next year. On the flip side, we know that there's an increase of that order in CPI, and yet we know also from the document that each 2% of CPI is going to add $7 million to the budget. So already we've got perhaps up to $60 million coming in the midst of the federal election campaign, with all sides promising to do something about real wages to match CPI. We're forecasting 2% in enterprise bargaining agreements next year. The likelihood is that we're going to be looking at wage increases significantly greater than that. Additionally, Council is forecasting interest rates of 1.3 to 2%. The Reserve Bank is already talking about 2.5, 3%. The market's talking about 4.5 in some quarters. So the fundamentals are a bit of a worry, and I think the administration concedes that. We say that we're looking forward to feedback from business on our COVID initiatives. We have no COVID initiatives, no new initiatives, and in fact, at page 330, all we do is show what we've done in the past not what we've done in the future, because we've got nothing to show in terms of new initiatives. We say at page 304 and 306, no cuts to services. Service delivery underpins our budget. But of course, there have been very substantial cuts in 19 and 20, and even in this current budget, we're expecting to cut services. Lord Mayor, I could go on and on. There is much in this budget that is not pointed out to our ratepayers for the consultation. I will assist them in whatever way I can during the consultation, but I cannot support a budget of this nature, which is, in my view, a tad misleading here and there.
I'm going to ask the CEO if she'd like to respond to any of those comments, particularly around it being misleading.
Thank you, through the Chair. Of course, we are acutely aware of what is happening across the world in terms of escalation in price, escalation in costs. Our budget does make it clear that we are acutely aware of that. And obviously, we need to ask the community for their feedback. We are required by legislation to consult. We can, of course, wait until further down the track when there's more certainty, and then we can go out with 100% accuracy on what we think, for example, our wages and salaries might be as a result of enterprise bargaining. Or we can put out a draft budget, ask the community for their feedback, and continue to do what we've always done here at the City of Adelaide over the last couple of years in particular, which is always bring back information to the Chamber for discussion, always be as transparent as possible with the information that we have, and continuing to work with our Chamber to make sound financial decisions.
Councillor Snape.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was just wondering if the mover would mind taking it in parts. Section 1 to 6 first, as in one
I can ask the
segment, and then your point 7 as a separate. No? Well, it's a shame, because I might have actually found something I could vote for. I share many of the concerns that Councillor Martin has. There is some good stuff in this budget, but there's also things that I cannot vote for, and therefore, on balance, I don't think I could ethically vote for something that I don't have to explain to my residents and ratepayers. So as a whole, I'm unfortunately going to have to vote against this budget, which is a shame because it's my first budget in the Chamber.
Thank you. Members? Councillor Kouros?
It's easy to vote for something, vote against something, or vote no to something. It's harder to actually put yourself forward and say, well, this is what we know now, and this is what we can predict in the future. It is a draft budget. That's what it basically is. Every business does it. Everyone does. And everyone doesn't get everything what they want out of a budget. Even in a household, that's what happens. When you budget cut, some kid, one of your children are not happy about it, and it's just the way it goes. Someone is just not happy about what is in the budget. But we have an obligation. This is what we must do. We are obligated to prepare a budget. We are obligated to take it out and have it consulted on, and we bring it in, we assess it again. I take on board all that Councillor Martin said. It worries me too. It worries everybody. We have interest rates going up, we have possible wages going up, we don't know what the future holds, but we can't hold back a budget, wait to see what happens, and then try and produce something that's 100%, because nothing will ever be 100%. Everything is always going to be a different story in a month's time, in 2 months' time, 3 months' time, even in 12 months' time. So the fact that holding back just to wait to see what happens when interest rates, or they do go up, how they impact us, when wages go up, how they impact us, services go up, everything will go up. The world is continuously always changing. But this is our obligation as a council, and we cannot stop a consultation because we're not happy or it's not 100% satisfying us. We have to take this out, be consulted on, and I urge all our councillors to vote for this, take it out to the public, let's get it consulted on, and let's bring it back and let's talk about it again, because in this council we talk about things again and again and again anyway.
Thanks, Councillor Couros. Councillor Knoll.
I mean, we need to, a budget is something we do at a point of time, and I appreciate the amount of work that the administration has done, and also the amendments by Councillor Hyde and the Lord Mayor. I mean, we all have an opportunity to have amendments. We all have an opportunity, as all of our motions are developed, to actually put in things that concern us or to alleviate things that may be of an issue. But these things don't happen. So for me, if I have a great concern, I would raise those and actually have them brought out for discussion. But this is a budget, and as all budgets, with every business, you're making an assumption about the future, and you're doing the best you can using the information that you have. So I'm very happy with how the administration's gone about this, because they're trying to put some financial rigour around it, and also something that comes from reliable sources, and you're using that to try to guide yourself going forward. And I think the other bit is, when we're talking about what the future holds, a council is not when they're doing inflation, it's about households. It's about a reflection of a household and their expenses, etc. We have a completely different variety of expenses, so therefore the assumptions that we need to make around our own activities are not going to be the same as someone who has a car and a family of four and having to drive around a lot. Our proportions are very different, so therefore our assumptions need to reflect those. And so therefore our inflation is at a different level, and so therefore it isn't quite relevant just to take general terms about the community rather than specifically to the things that the costs that reflect our expenses. So, and I'm more, it is again about going to the public and then getting their feedback, and as we go forward you adapt your budget, because again it's about your reassessment of the future, and I mean you can only do that in stages. So I look forward to us working through ways that we can keep within our budgets and still deliver the best we can, and whatever we need to do to achieve those, because I think it's important that we do have ideas and other ways that we can potentially do things, but that's about how administration works together with us and how we look at ways that we can actually bring forward ways of having income and our expenses so that we can actually deliver for our community. So.
Members, if not, I'll go back to the move to sum up. Councillor Hyde.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to say that I'm disturbed by the lack of fundamental understanding of how economic headwinds on a macroeconomic scale would affect us here at the City of Adelaide. But before that, I'll just highlight regarding infrastructure, it was postulated that it's only been an issue in this term, but of course, as we know, responses to questions on notice that I've put have shown that over the last 8 years, the infrastructure portfolio has failed to deliver anywhere near 100% on its asset sustainability ratio. And of course that accrues over time. But again, it's also worth taking note that asset management plans are drafted by engineers, they're best case scenarios, and often you can actually extend the life of an asset, so that just because you didn't spend $10 million one year, it actually doesn't mean you need to spend $10 million the year after. It really does not work like that. But just back to the assumptions underpinning the budget and the long-term financial plan. We don't borrow money from a bank in the usual fashion. We obviously have the Local Government Finance Authority. That's where we get our money from. We get very good rates there. As Councillor Nolan touched on, we don't tend to buy a lot of meats, cheeses and processed foods and what have you, which is obviously underpinning a lot of inflation at the moment. We don't even really buy that much petrol relative to our overall budget. We don't actually buy that much petrol. So to simply say that what affects a household carries over into what affects a $240 million local government authority, it's really chalk and cheese. What I would say is that I actually think that 1% uplift from new developments is probably conservative if you look at the number of cranes in the city, and in fact history will show, if councillors care to look at previous budgets, that they've often come back higher. They have quite consistently come back higher. So the 1% from new developments, which some think is too high, is actually historically too low, and that's been proven. Furthermore, while I think it's good to be conservative in your assumptions and your estimations, if you look at the business of council, as in the business side of council, I would say that potentially even 90%, assuming that you're only going to get 90% of pre-COVID non-rate income, is probably conservative as well. And we've seen in some sectors of our business, of our council business, that's actually been much closer to 100%. So I think the fundamentals underpinning this budget are actually very good. I think it's a very good budget, and I'm very, very proud that finally in the City of Adelaide we're doing things like fixing those historic issues. I mean, the depreciation matter that we've dealt with, which we've now accounted for, quite literally and properly, a historic issue from when those management plans were funded. And we're dealing with that. We were dealing with that in this budget. Of course, there was a bit last time, in this last financial year, and there's an extra 300,000 here that we have to account for as well. Lord Mayor, that would have paid for your power line underground, actually. Ironic, isn't it?
Thank you, Councillor. Members, to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried.
Council members, the division has been called on the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please stand and remain standing until all names have been called.
Councillor Couros, Councillor Khera, Councillor Ho, Councillor Hyde, Councillor Knoll and Councillor Donovan.
Members, that takes us to 10.10, Award of Contract Rymal Park, Mula-Wirrapoka, Park 14 Event Infrastructure Upgrade. Look for a move. Thank you, Councillor Hyde. And a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Councillor Hyde, did you wish to speak? No, Councillor Knoll? No. Members? Councillor Martin?
Well, Lord Mayor, look, I'm just delighted to be given the opportunity to talk again about how inflation, as Councillor Hyde pointed out, has no impact on our bottom line. Because it seems, according to the administration, this project was initially scoped in 2019, now 3 years old and predating COVID, and the cost of materials and resources at the City of Adelaide have escalated in line with the CPI over this period and escalated further. We are not immune from the impacts of CPI, and it's dodgy economics to speculate that we are unaffected. Lord Mayor, this is unfortunate. It is a 200% increase in costs because of a project which was not appropriately scoped electrically or hydraulically, which has been affected by market conditions. In the latter part of the explanation I have here, COVID distancing. It is, I contend, a bit of a stuff-up. No one intends to go into a project that costs $1 million and come back and ask for another $2 million because you got it wrong. But nevertheless, in this part of the world particularly, where, as we all remember, the Quentin Kenahan play space, which still I don't think is complete, and which skyrocketed in cost, it is sort of the Bermuda Triangle of the City of Adelaide, I think. This is a disturbing feature. But instead of providing the city with some options related to how we might deal with such a substantial increase, 200% on the original budget, we are simply presented, as we were last week, with a scenario, one scenario that says, give us another $2 million. The explanation is plausible, but Lord Mayor, respectfully, I suggest it's not enough. Shouldn't be enough to persuade a council that it needs to treble the amount of money that a project of this nature requires. I won't support it. It has got to be the most expensive entertainment precinct proposed since Adelaide Oval. Perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps we have others that cost as much as this. But, Lord Mayor, I won't vote for it. I'm sure others will, and the day will be carried.
Members? If not, I'll go back to the move to sum up.
Noting that the scope of this project has increased greatly, I think it's worth not denigrating what this project will deliver, which is a more functional and, as a result of that, a better event space to support our city businesses. That's what this is about. It's about creating premier event spaces within our city that activations come into, and then people come into that, and they also support businesses through their ancillary spend. I would challenge councillors to find one person within a 500-metre radius of that precinct of Ryman Park that opposes increasing the utility of these event spaces. And that is essentially what is in front of us. Yes, we have an explanation as to why costs have gone up. Obviously, the lion's share of the spend is because the scope has been increased. The scope has been increased. Obviously, there is other funding associated with this as well, so that we know that this is a good investment and we're not just doing it alone. But also, I understand that the timelines associated with this project are very complex as well, and the administration has done an absolutely huge amount of work to work around other events within the precinct, other events happening in the eastern side of the city, and to ensure that this is done in time to support those events so that they run smoothly and run well. So it's very simple. If you support events in the city and you support city businesses and you support the growing cultural offering we have in the city of Adelaide, then you'll support this motion. If you don't support those things, if you don't support city businesses, if you don't support the East End, if you don't support residents going to cultural events, then you'll vote against it.
Lord Mayor, that is fundamentally unfair.
He's summed up. I'm sorry, Councillor, he's summed up.
No, but
that would a point of order before he finished. He's actually summed up and sat down. We're about to go to the vote.
So if I put my insults at the end of my speech, everything will be fine. Which is what you do anyway.
Okay, councillors, members, we're going to the vote. Those in favour, those against. That is carried.
Yes, please.
Council members, the division has been called to the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please stand and remain standing until all names have been called.
Councillor Couros, Councillor Khera, Councillor Ho, Councillor Hyde, Councillor Knoll and Councillor Donovan.
Members, that takes us to 10.13, which is the Powerline Environment Committee. We have approved the procedural. I look for nominations from the floor. Councillor Hyde.
I nominate you, Lord Mayor. Noting your passions on the topic.
On the undergrounding. Thank you. I'll accept that nomination. That took me by surprise. Councillor Snape.
I'd like to nominate Councillors Moran and Martin.
Councillor Moran. Councillor Moran, do you accept that? No? Councillor Martin, do you accept that?
Oh, Lord Mayor, as much as I know a lot about power and how it works, I will decline.
We must talk.
Oh, no,
Councillor, thank you, Councillor Martin. Are there any other nominations from the floor? If not, there being one nomination, is it conflict of interest? Do we know if it's written? You sure? Okay. So it's a nomination that goes to the LGA for their selection. Okay. Members to the vote, those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Oh, my apologies. I'm sorry, I don't have that. I have Councillor Hyde as the nominee. I don't have a seconder for the nomination. Thank you, Councillor Ho. And equally for Councillor Snape, I needed a seconder for the nomination.
No, just
for the motion. Right. Members, that takes us to 10.14.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, I have a material conflict in regards to this.
Thank you.
And I will be vacating the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Couros.
Did I make it a vote? No.
I need you to I need you to have it on the record. Thank you, Councillor Martin.
I have a conflict of interest, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Now I need to know what the conflict is. We actually need to record it. Thank you, Councillor. Material. Thank you, Councillor. Members, could I have someone move the report be noted? Councillor Snape?
Yes, I'll move.
You're moving that the report's being noted. Can I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Moran. Councillor Snape, did you wish to speak to it?
Yes, just briefly. Section 9 makes a recommendation and notes that Councillor Couros has removed the offending Facebook post from, has removed it from Facebook, which is great. The second part is, has she acknowledged that the post was improper? Have we had confirmation of that officially?
CEO?
Through the Lord Mayor, the recommended actions have been actioned by Councillor Couros, it says in paragraph 10.
So that's a yes, she has acknowledged that the post was inappropriate. Okay, thank you. I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Moran, did you wish to speak?
Who exactly did she acknowledge that to?
I don't think that was the answer. I think the answer was that the action had been taken. CEO?
Through the Lord Mayor, the recommended actions have been actioned by Councillor Couros. That's clear in the report. I'd need to take that under advice, unless our Chief Operating Officer can provide some further clarity. Amanda, please.
Through the Chair, I haven't got that information on me in detail, so we can take that as an undertaking to come back to you.
Would I be wrong in suggesting that the person that she should have acknowledged that to is the person that she defamed? Councillor Martin?
CEO?
And that is in the legal report, by the way.
We have a recommendation before us.
Defamation is a strict legal meaning, and there is no finding of defamation from a code of conduct report.
I'm afraid.
Thank you, Councillor Curran.
So you don't think it's appropriate, CEO? What Councillor Couros acknowledged it to you, or?
As I said, the report is really clear that Councillor Couros has taken the necessary actions.
Yes, but specifically, who did she acknowledge?
She has undertaken specific actions, and no further action should be taken, and that is the advice of our legal provider.
Yes, but you still haven't answered my question, CEO. When it says that she should acknowledge her wrongdoing, who did she acknowledge it to?
This sounds slightly familiar, Councillor Moran, around how council members respond when they're asked to make apologies. The recommended actions have been actioned by Councillor Couros.
Could you explain that?
No, I can't, Councillor
Could you explain
Moran.
what you mean? What you just said? Could you explain what you just said? It sounded rather threatening and rather accusatory. You have a point to make?
Well, Lord Mayor, point of order. This line of questioning is irrelevant and improper. You are well within your right as chair to rule it out of order.
I haven't had my question
answered. In addition,
I'm going to ask you to all sit down. And sorry, the question was, so you've asked a question.
Yes.
The CEO has answered the question.
No, she hasn't.
That the remedial action that was required of Councillor Couros has been undertaken, and no further action is to be taken. And that is what we are noting in this report, and that was what has come through.
Well, I don't think Councillor Couros has taken the remedial action.
Members, are there any other speakers to this? Thank you, Councillor Hyde.
Lord Mayor, I can't support noting the report because I fundamentally disagree with some of the findings in the report, particularly if I can hone in on some of the things that Special Counsel Susie Einat wrote in the report. I fundamentally disagree that she was correct in applying some of the standards, whether they're from the High Court or not, regarding defamation. I think to insert such a test into a state government regulatory mechanism to address the conduct of council members is so far outside of what the High Court considered it could be used for that it is actually irrelevant, and I think it's incorrect to think about that. Furthermore, regarding and just following that train of thought, and this was relevant to a previous Facebook comment which the Council considered in the Code of Conduct report as well. Once again, the application of defamation law here to attempt to hold a councillor subject to a Code of Conduct and the ensuing process for allegedly breaching that Code of Conduct, attempting to hold them accountable for the comments of a third party on a Facebook post. Yes, I fully appreciate the High Court has ruled that's acceptable for defamation law. I do not at all agree that it is relevant to the enforcement or the adherence to a council member code of conduct at all. Again, the two are so misaligned and far away from one another in a legal sense. It just makes no sense to insert that into this. Also, as well, and just highlighting further instances of this sort of use of such precedent in these codes of conduct, which I appreciate, Lord Mayor, there is no rule book for. When we throw these over to council, special or otherwise, there is no rule book on how to actually go about handling them, and so they tend to invent it as they go. But there are previous instances where such things have been inserted in and read into the Code of Conduct, which are not relevant at all, such as things which I actually think breach constitutional rights regarding the freedom of political communication, which are quite clearly established in law. It has been read into the Code of Conduct that council members are not allowed to say things which may be perceived to be disrespectful, etc., 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 when in actual fact, the mere adversarial nature of the democratic political process, in fact, rests upon that. And so a finding from an independent, self-appointed lawyer, but one that has decided that the freedom of political communication just goes bang out the window, and reads that into the Code of Conduct, I fundamentally disagree with. I've bit my tongue before. I've seen this issue come up time and time again. With greatest respect to the report writer, it has consistently come from the same report writer. I can no longer bite my tongue and see things read into the Code of Conduct which clearly aren't there. I'm not saying other findings in this report are incorrect, but I am saying there is a fundamental misapplication and misalignment of very serious precedents here which are just not relevant to how councillors should behave or should adhere to the Code of Conduct. And as such, I cannot vote for it. I urge members to vote against it.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask for some clarity because we moved quite quickly from your question, Councillor Snake. Just for my own clarity, you referred to paragraph 9, I think, which was about the post being not appropriate. So I'm going to ask the CEO just to clarify for me.
Thank you. So the advice through the Lord Mayor from Minter Ellison, who undertook the investigation, was that Councillor Kouros made an admission that the Facebook was not appropriate during that time, that she did not understand the offending connotations and wasn't intending to convey any link between Councillor Martin and the Doing Nothing organisation. Therefore, no apology was recommended as she was found to be sincere during the investigation.
Okay. Members, any other speakers? If not, I'm going to go to the move to sum up. Councillor Snake? You've spoken, Councillor.
Yeah, I'm going to touch that last part because that adds so much more complexity to it all. I'm quite alarmed that Councillor Hyde thinks he's more informed than the High Court of the land in regards to legal issues, but, you know, egos. I do genuinely welcome Councillor Kouros'...
Councillor, I know. We can just... If we could please speak to the motion before you, and can we just please stop throwing barbs at each other and get on with the job of being in the chamber?
Okay, I will draw that comment. I welcome Councillor Kouros' acknowledgement that, whatever that is, an apology, I guess. And I also welcome the removal of the Facebook post, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is lost. Members, that takes us to item number 13. If you could ask the councillors to come back in. Members, item 13 on tonight's agenda is my report. So our council is guided by the 4 pillars of our strategic plan: strong economies, thriving communities, dynamic city culture and environmental leadership. In accordance with that 4th pillar, consultation has begun in earnest on our next climate action plan. It's a very important piece of work, with the City of Adelaide leading the way on climate action for decades. During this term of council, the City of Adelaide became the first South Australian council to be accredited carbon neutral and the first South Australian council to have all operations, from our barbecues in the Parklands to our libraries and community centres, entirely run using renewable energy. As a result, our greenhouse gas emissions have halved, dropping by 11,000 tonnes, or the equivalent of taking 3,500 cars off the road. We continue to support more than 200 local businesses to transition towards more sustainable practices with our Carbon Neutral Adelaide program, as well as encourage businesses and residents to reduce waste through recycling and green waste programs. Our Sustainability Incentive Scheme was nationally recognised in the 2021 Cities Power Partnership Climate Awards for its outstanding achievement in community engagement in tackling climate change. The scheme offers financial rebates to residents and businesses for deploying renewable or low-carbon technologies such as solar panels, energy storage batteries, electric vehicle chargers and energy-efficient products, which help reduce their power bills and cut greenhouse gas emissions. The scheme has funded 660 local renewable energy or low carbon projects in local homes and businesses throughout the city, and that's valued at more than $11 million, and has been a catalyst for the statewide home battery scheme now offered by the state government. Despite these achievements, we know we have more work to do. One of the other pillars of our strategic plan is the dynamic city culture, and Council has a number of strategies and action plans that guide our investment and support and facilitate events, festivals and arts and cultural programs, including our cultural strategy, UNESCO City of Music Action Plan and our Public Art Action Plan. However, I do need, and there's been lots of discussion and some great work that's come into Council this evening, that we need to ensure that we have the right policy framework to enable us to achieve our ambition to be a carbon neutral city and our action on climate change, as well as deliver on our ambition to be a culturally dynamic city. In other words, a climate change policy and a cultural policy. And I'm sure there's others that need to be either revised, developed or are no longer needed. Our CEO, in a former position at council for a former council, undertook an amazing piece of work which reviewed all our policies and reduced the numbers from over 200 to around 90 from memory. To that end, I'd like to ask the CEO for an undertaking for review of our overall strategic policy framework to ensure that we have the right policy settings to achieve our strategic plan. I'd also request that the review, together with a draft climate and cultural policy, be brought to Council for endorsement by August. CEO, are you happy to respond to that?
Thank you. Through the Chair, I think I heard 3 things there. One was reviewing our policy framework, and the other was looking for gaps and then progressing some work on climate policy and a cultural policy. I'll give an undertaking to provide further information in relation to that.
Thank you. Thank you, members. I've also included my Lord Mayor's calendar on the end of my report, which will be with the minutes. If I could have a member move that report be noted. Thank you, Councillor Hyde, and seconded. Thank you, Councillor Kira. Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Members, councillor reports at 14.1. I look for a mover. Thank you, Councillor Hyde, and a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Knoll. Members, anybody like to speak to the reports? If not, I'll go back to the move to sum up. Members to the vote. Those in favour, those against. That is carried. That takes us to questions on notice. There are 2 questions on notice. Members, the answer to those questions will be on the website. We take them as read. Can I have a show of hands to take them as read? Thank you, members. That takes us to questions without notice. I have none. Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. My question about notice is in relation to the question about notice I sent through, but it is not, in fact, the question that I sent through, if that makes sense. So can the administration inform me why it deems a question asking how many councillors live in the City of Adelaide has no importance, especially in the context of trying to grow our residential population?
CEO.
Thank you through the Lord Mayor. The administration didn't deem the question of no importance, Councillor. It was deemed as irrelevant in relation to the information that administration has.
Members? Councillor Martin.
Yes, Lord Mayor, just a matter that's come to hand. Could the administration advise if the act of not accepting the outcome of a code of conduct in a recommendation to the council were such an occasion to occur, would be a breach of the code of conduct itself?
CEO.
Through the presiding member, the code of conduct was for noting. No action was required from the council other than for noting. Council may make a decision, not that they must, but I'll need to take some further advice following tonight.
Provide me with advice?
I'll provide all councillors with the advice, Councillor Martin.
No, I know you're very good with that. Thank you.
Thank you, members. If not, we'll go to the motions on notice this evening, which I've lost. There we go. 17.1, Councillor Snape, partnership with Venetia.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Before I look for a seconder, I wonder if you and the Chamber would indulge me. Myself and Councillor Kouros have very similar motions, one after another, and I was wondering if perhaps I could invite Councillor Kouros to merge part 1 of her motion into being part 2 of my motion, and then collaboratively deal with it together, perhaps.
Councillor Kouros.
Lord Mayor, if Councillor Kerr wants to incorporate his motion with my motion, I'm happy to do that, because my motion does not talk...
Councillor Snape, sorry.
Sorry. Councillor Snape's motion with my motion. Did I say that?
You said mine.
You said Councillor Kerr, that's why I'm sort of correcting you.
Sorry.
So I'm sorry, your response to the question...
If he wants to incorporate his motion with my motion, I'm happy to do it that way, because my motion is more directive, whereas more of an action. They're similar, but they're same but different.
I would humbly suggest that yours is about one particular aspect.
We're not going to debate it. You either wish to...
My answer is a no. I wouldn't incorporate it with his motion. Thank you.
No worries. Well, in that case, I'll move a motion as read and seek a seconder. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Martin. So that's a real shame, really, because I was hoping we'd be able to broach up a kind of bipartisan way. My motion...
Councillor, could you withdraw that remark, please? It's on the record.
She quite can say that out loud if she likes.
Thank you.
I'm happy for her to put that note on record if that can be.
Thank you,
noted.
Councillor.
Thank you.
I'm going to move on.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So this motion I put forward the next day after Council was visited by the, I want to get its title right, which I have written down here. Sorry, it's the Deputy, the Venezia Deputy of the City Council, Andrei Pishevsky, apologies for my pronunciation, who gave a very harrowing, very heartfelt account of the situation his country people are in right now, and the situation going on in Ukraine thanks to Putin's war. There was also kind of more light-hearted moments when he explained the similarities between our two cities, and as such, my initial thoughts were to try and move for perhaps a sister city relationship, but I understand the complexities of this on the international scale and with the federal government. That's why I have left quite a broad motion, which quite simply just asks for administration to explore a partnership with Venezia. And as such, I think being less prescriptive, I think we can accomplish more with that. So with that, I do commend it to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin, did you wish to speak?
I reserve my right.
Thank you, members. Councillor Couros?
Yes, Lord Mayor, sorry, I can't support this motion purely for the fact that this country is at war, and we did, as Councillor Snape said, we did have the Deputy Mayor of Venezia come and speak to us and tell us a lot about what is happening in their country and all the issues that the war has done to their country. So to direct administration to find loosely a partnership, it doesn't really give a great direction for administration, whereas my motion talks about an MOU.
We're not talking about your motion, we're talking about Councillor Snape's motion.
Well, I can't talk about one without
Sorry,
the other.
we're talking about Councillor Snape's motion.
Okay. Well, in saying that it's loosely based and it's not giving administration a directive, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Members, Councillor Moran?
I'd like to move an amendment that adds a number 2. Investigates memorandum of understanding between the City of Adelaide and the City of Venezia with regard to youth education and cultural offerings.
You'll need a seconder, Councillor Moran.
If you do not second this, you cannot, in all conscience, vote for that when Missy over here moves it.
Councillor, you require... No, please sit down, Councillor Couros.
It's obvious what Councillor Moran
And,
is doing.
sorry, I am looking for a seconder. There is no...
I'm happy to second it for the purpose of debate. You know what she's doing.
Councillor Moran, if you'd like to speak to it.
To answer the accusation to my right that she knows what I'm doing, I know what you're doing too. A motion got in first. You got in second, and you're seeking to vote against that motion so you can move exactly the same motion with one more paragraph. When you could have advised that that second part go into this motion. Now the motion is exactly the same as yours. Now this is a test of Team Adelaide, whether they vote.
Councillor, you're talking to the motion.
Yes, I know, but
it's not a test of anything. We are talking to the motion.
The fact is,
whether you want us to do this or not, and how we should do this.
Well, the motion is now exactly the same as the second motion, but sadly, the members of Team Adelaide will vote.
Councillor, you cannot say how someone is going to vote ahead of their voting, and I will continue to talk on top of you while you...
I'm fine with that. You can talk on top of me all you like.
Thank you, Councillor. Please speak to the motion.
I have spoken to the motion. The motion speaks for itself. It was a good-hearted motion, and Team Adelaide is once again trying to make politics and silly
Councillor, we are
business
not
with it.
Talking about that.
Well, it's funny when they talk about it. When Councillor Kira abuses us, he's allowed to. But when
Councillor, please, if you're not going to talk to the motion, I'll ask you to please sit.
Okay, will that same rule apply to everybody else?
The same rule does apply to everybody else.
First time, Lord Mayor, first time.
Members. Councillor Donovan is the seconder.
Oh,
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Look, may I just appeal to everybody in this chamber to not persist with this petty behaviour. The motion is identical. The proposal from Councillor Snape is clear. He has embellished and improved it by adding the requirement of Councillor Kouros that there be a memorandum of understanding related to youth education and cultural design. Can we not just vote for this as it meets the requirements of Councillor Kouros and Councillor Snape and the City of Adelaide, and we can all go home much earlier than would otherwise be the case?
Members, Councillor Hyde.
They quite simply aren't the same. They are not identical. I mean, it's there on the screen. The reason I will not vote for this is because the same words that were in it earlier are still in it. That the administration explore strategic alignment and mutual... I mean, what on earth does that even mean? This country is at war. Assuming Venetia has a full workforce administering its city operations, I think they'd have far more important things to be thinking about than picking up the horn to someone halfway, or more than halfway across the world in Adelaide to explore strategic alignment and mutual benefit of a... It's just so outside of the realms of the reality that this city is dealing with. And councillors, some councillors know my misgivings about the second part of this, which is part of a future motion. But I do at least appreciate that one is more targeted and more direct in what it's talking about, and much easier to deliver than something that is as vague as explore a strategic alignment. I mean, if you want to think about the strategic situations that both cities find themselves in, I mean, they are very different places right now. There are things that perhaps we can do to help them, but I don't see the fostering of a partnership right now to be high on their priorities list. They don't need papers shipped over from council or policies shipped over from council. They need far more serious support than that, and we're not in a position to give it. I think this is a silly motion, should be voted down.
Members? I actually had lunch with the Ukrainian refugees today, and I'm really sad that this has been used as political football. I think that the easy way is just to vote for Councillor Snape's and to vote for Councillor Kouros's. We have two motions before us. We will achieve the same outcome as opposed to actually using this as a football in the chamber. I'm going to leave it with you to decide what you want to do, but honestly, I think that... Anyway, members, over to you. Councillor Knoll.
Just if we take it in parts, and that way we can possibly resolve.
You're not listening. You're not listening.
Take it in parts, resolve it. No, but I don't want to vote this one down.
You don't want to vote that one down. Is that what you said? No, I said your amendment. She said...
Members, stop. You will just stop. Now, thank you. If you've finished, we will go to the vote, and I'll go back to Councillor Snape to sum up.
Can we take this part?
Oh, sorry, we're going to do the amendment first. Apologies, Councillor Snape.
That's right.
So we're going to vote on the amendment. Members, those in favour? Those against? That is lost.
Oh my God.
Council members, the division has been called on the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment, please stand and remain standing until all names have been called.
Councillor Moran, Councillor Snape, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, members. So it goes back to the original motion. Is there any other further speakers? If not, I'll go to Councillor Snape to sum up. Councillor Snape.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And like you, I also share my disappointment in how this is appearing to go. I did extend an olive branch at the start of this process. I was genuine about that. I was happy to combine and
thank you. Speaking to the motion.
Well, share this particular motion. Look, I will say as well, if this motion, regardless of this passes or not, I will support the next motion as well. I will do that, and I will encourage councillors who supported me in this motion, even if we do lose it, which I'm not I'm not predicting a vote, but I encourage you to vote and support the next motion as well, because we're going to do the right thing today, even if other people don't.
Thank you, members. To the vote, those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you, members.
Council members, the division has been called on the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please stand and remain standing until all names have been called.
Councillor Moran, Councillor Couros, Councillor Ho, Councillor Snape, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Donovan, Councillor Martin.
We will now go to 17.2. Councillor Couros.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. What can I say?
Sorry, I'll just look for a seconder.
I guess when Councillor Mackie had his motion in regards to Ukraine, I did work with him and incorporated our two motions together then. His motion was about praying for Ukraine and what is happening there, whereas my motion was more directive and asking what we can do for the community, which led to the Deputy Mayor Venezia coming to meet with us, which was arranged by yourself and the CEO, which he highlighted obviously the sad, what is sadly happening in Ukraine at the moment, and the war is obviously, it was a very emotional dinner for those that did attend. Obviously it was myself and Councillor Snape and Councillor Donovan that did attend, and we were all taken back and from the very emotional stories that was told by the Deputy Mayor of Venezia. And we also heard about the amazing work that he had created there and what he'd done with the youth in education and what he'd done there culturally within this community. And his daughters are actually studying here at the University of Adelaide. He has spent a lot of time in Australia. He resides in Melbourne, I think part-time, and he's going back to his country presently. So he has a strong connection with Australia, and with that I brought this motion forward in which we can investigate the program that he has there, in which we can help and support it in some way, and investigate an MOU in regards to that program. So my motion is to investigate that, and between the City of Adelaide and the City of Venezia, with a mind to building a relationship and how we can support them with that program. Taking on, Lord Mayor, what you've said, you're absolutely right. There are worse things that are happening as well, and we shouldn't be arguing about it. But in my difference of this is that this motion is more directive, more in line to what were the connections that we have in Venezia, and ways that we can support.
Thank you, Councillor Couros. Councillor Snape.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm happy to second this motion, and I thank Mary for putting it forward. He is a great man, and it seems like a very interesting partnership potentially, and I look forward to seeing what we can accomplish going forward. And I would encourage all elected members to support this as well. So thank you, Councillor Couros, and thank you, Lord Mayor.
Members, are there any other speakers? Councillor Hyde.
Consistent with my earlier remarks, Lord Mayor, I mean, this is nice and well-intentioned, and I'm not going to pretend to understand what it is that the people of Venezia
Point of order, Lord Mayor. That's insulting. This motion is well-intentioned, the last one wasn't. I just don't understand why.
Councillor,
I said consistent with my previous remarks.
He actually said consistent with what he said before.
And again,
it's well-intentioned, he was saying.
Again,
Councillor Martin, can he just finish speaking, please?
Once again, I think this just proves, just reiterates how far away we are and how lucky we are in Australia that we can sit here and have this discussion now, thinking that the words on this screen bear any relevance to anything that anyone in Ukraine is going through right now. I could not possibly begin to understand what it is that they need. This motion talks about offerings. I'm going to hazard a guess that whatever we at the City of Adelaide have to offer them, it's certainly not in this motion. I will be voting against this as well.
Are there any other speakers?
Yes, me, Lord Mayor. And I just want to say, because there'll be no other opportunity to say it, you and I don't agree on a lot of things, but I agree with what you said earlier tonight. I thought that took great courage, and I respect you greatly for it.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Just before, the one thing that this might do, taking into account what you said, and I agree with you, they are not in their town halls running around doing administrative work, is providing hope. And when Andre came to see us, that was the one thing that we could do to help the people of Venetia and the people of Ukraine. And I would think that we can just, particularly when the intention is good, the intention of both the councillors putting this forward was from a good place, that we could actually work together on these motions. I'm very pleased they're both going through. I'm very pleased, well, we haven't voted on this one yet, but I'm assuming this one's going to go through as well. And then we actually can have a program that will come back into the council and we can move forward with that. And I will be in contact with Andre next week. In the meantime, just as an update, he's been appointed by World Vision Global to direct the aid that's going into Ukraine at the moment through Venetia. So I think he might be a little bit busy for a while. Members, I'm going to go back to Councillor Kouros to sum up.
After that, only to say that it's keeping it real. Thank you, Lord Mayor. They are facing a lot of challenges, and as you said, you know, we are providing some hope. Also, I think that's important, and it's important for us to rally behind the Ukrainian people and give them whatever support and whatever hope we can.
Members, to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried.
Council members, the division has been called on the motion. All those in favour, please stand and remain standing until all names have been called.
Councillor Moran, Councillor Kouros, Councillor Khera, Councillor Ho, Councillor Snape, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Donovan and Councillor Martin.
So members, before us we've got 17.3. I'll look for a mover. Oh, sorry, it's Councillor Martin's motion, not noticed. My apologies. I'm assuming you're moving.
I'm not sure that's the format, Lord Mayor. I just thought it was put to the room.
No, it's moved and seconded and then put to the room.
But not spoken to?
But not spoken to.
I move.
Thank you. Councillor Martin. And a seconder? Councillor Moran. Thank you. To the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is lost.
Division.
Council members, the division has been called on the motion. All those in favour, please stand and remain standing until all names have been called.
Councillor Moran, Councillor Snape, Councillor Donovan and Councillor Martin.
Thank you, members. That takes us to 17.4. Councillor Martin, outdoor dining furniture.
Okay. I seek a seconder for the motion, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Moran. Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Look, I'm wondering... Sorry, Lord Mayor, I'll take this off. I'm wondering if I might propose a variation, but it might already be there. Yes, it is. That is, the administration asked me if I would remove the words "for a period of 1 year," and I'm happy to do that. It makes no difference to the motion. Oh no, it's gone.
No, it's still there. So
still there, but it's gone
so
now.
we'll remove that one. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Look, it's very straightforward. The administration is saying it's been exercising leniency in this regard, and I'm grateful for that. But I have a restaurateur ratepayer who pays rates on 2 or 3 properties in the city, and that person has a problem. He's purchased tables and chairs for outdoors to capture business during this COVID transition. As indeed, as the administration notes, we've encouraged them to do. His restaurants, however, still retain the indoor furniture in the hope that they can regain that trade when people overcome their phobia of eating indoors, while we transfer from this let it rip COVID phase to a much more settled period. He's been leaving the furniture outside because he can't fit it inside. There are just too many outdoor tables. He can get all the chairs in, but not the tables. And as a consequence, he's fallen foul of our 2014 policy with regard to furniture being moved in at night. I'm simply asking that we be flexible in our approach, as the administration has done, and as it says at 13, if the motion is supported in principle, consideration of an amendment to the motion to remove the phrase period of 1 year would provide the desired flexibility with our current approach to working with businesses on solutions to a return to the pre-COVID dining preferences without limiting our ability of compliance with our guidelines. By the way, I'm sure that that would be a satisfactory outcome, and it would enable our administration to continue to enforce the policy, but as it suggests here, within that policy to provide some leniency where it determined it was appropriate, and one hopes in the case of the businesses that I've brought to the attention of Council. I just ask for support. It's a very simple motion, and it will have a great impact on a business proprietor in the city.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Moran, did you wish to speak? Members, Councillor Kouros?
I just have some questions for administration. I'm just trying to understand this motion. Have you received complaints in regards to this? Lord Mayor, CEO?
CEO.
Thank you through the presiding member. Not that I'm aware of. We've been working with many businesses to try and help and support and deal with this issue on a case-by-case basis.
So if it's only one trader that Councillor Martin is saying that is having problems, could that one trader be details? Councillor Martin give you the details for you to work with that trader as we usually do? Would that be more helpful than having a motion which I don't really think addresses the whole issue?
CEO.
Thank you through the chair. I'm not, Councillor Martin and I haven't discussed this. I do understand this has been discussed with staff. I'm not sure how many ratepayers Councillor Martin is asking us to help. Perhaps Councillor Martin can shed light on that, but obviously if any council member gets contact from people wanting our help and support, there's various ways to make that happen, either through contacting administration or through a motion such as this.
Councillor Kouros, if I may, I know we had some discussion through AIDA with businesses, and so the resolution was fairly quick from memory in terms of using a U-Park bay for the storage. So as these have been coming to our attention, they're being resolved.
I know, Lord Mayor, that's what I'm trying to understand. If this is a motion, that means there's an issue, and how big is this issue? Because I haven't heard of it being one, so I'm trying to understand. Am I voting for just one trader needs some support? Because if it's just one trader, then that could be easily addressed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hyde, did you wish to speak?
That questioning just prompted a question of me. Could the administration inform us whether or not Councillor Martin has forwarded any ratepayers on with this specific issue and has failed to receive satisfaction from the administration, or potentially a question from the mover?
CEO?
If more appropriate.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. Whilst discussions have been had, we haven't gone to the detail of any particular traders, but the offer is there for Councillor Martin and any other councillors.
Councillor Hyde?
Lord Mayor, I just have a question. I just hear you that did you mention that those outdoor furnitures will be stored in the U-Parks overnight? Is that what you said?
CEO?
Thank you. Through the chair, I am aware of examples where we've helped businesses who are close to U-Parks, where we've been able to help store furniture within appropriate space within our U-Parks.
Sorry, just a follow-up question though. Like, if that is the case, does it mean that the U-Parks, because like in the U-Parks, if you put outdoor furniture over there, which means people can't park their cars in the U-Parks, it will take a certain space, right? Is there any specific reason why you actually make the decision to put those furnitures in the U-Park, just because the occupancy rate is low?
CEO?
Thank you. Through the presiding member, of course, that is part of the consideration. We make sure that we balance our commercial revenue needs with the needs of our ratepayers.
Members? Councillor Knoll?
I mean, just as a comment towards the actual motion, it is that, I mean, I consider that it's our daily bread and butter is bringing issues from our ratepayers to the administration for them to deal with. And if it's part of a normal process that they support them, as in just us on behalf of our ratepayers, which I've done quite a few times, they have an issue, how can we help? And I just consider that if we spend 4 hours or whatever, dealing with each one of these as a start, just at the high level administration. It's just that I would look at a motion being driving a solution to a problem that isn't being addressed at this moment because we've shown that it isn't functioning. So I just see that we haven't yet tested the administration.
Okay,
so I would consider that to be the logical thing first, and then bring on a motion about solving an issue that may exist rather than we don't know yet.
Members? Councillor Hyde?
Yes, Lord Mayor, based on the answers to those questions, only ask questions. Based on the answers to those questions, I might be partial to this motion, but after the point at which the regular operations of the administration have failed to solve the problem, I'm all for fixing policy and tweaking policy, but we really have to do that when there are consistent issues that are constantly brought up. You want your policy, insofar as possible, to serve the greatest number of people and the greatest number of scenarios. We cannot be reactionary and simply make changes to things and allocate more resources on an ad hoc basis as singular issues are brought forward. But again, I mean, if there's a solution within grasp and it is merely not being grasped, I'd be happy to entertain it then, but I'd encourage the councillor to bring it to the administration, attempt to work through it first. That can take a bit of case management. I'm happy to assist in that regard. Outdoor dining is something I've had some experience with, and then if it fails to resolve or to be resolved, then we can bring it back to the chamber and consider it at that point. And perhaps we could also have the benefit of some more detailed and informative administrative comment, because they've been able to work with the trader and attempt to work through some of the issues, and perhaps in that process they would have identified some barriers and where we might like to amend policy to serve all of our ratepayers that might fall into this category.
Members? Councillor Moran?
Yes, as our policy encourages non-fixed furniture, I can assure you there have been many problems with storage of furniture, often in small restaurants and cafes that have a much larger outside dining area than inside. It is certainly an impost in that business to have to take their outside furniture in, and a lot of businesses would prefer to keep their furniture bolted to the footpath, which we don't like. We want them to have removable furniture. We want them to take them in. And I can assure you that the businesses that do what we want are severely disadvantaged by their lack of storage. And just this unusual way of suggesting that we test the administration by instructing them individually, and then if that doesn't work, we bring it to council. No, councillor, you're supposed to do your business in this chamber, not ask the poor beleaguered administration to do your will, and then if that doesn't work, you'll take it to the chamber. This is where you do your business. So I think this is a perfectly legitimate outdoor dining policy to investigate. Is that okay with you?
It's not.
Is that okay, what they do every time I talk?
What?
Oh, Lord Mayor.
Is that seriously, Sandy?
Yes, seriously. I'm listening to you talking.
The bullying, giggling, ridicule that I have to put up with.
No, I'm sorry. I am paying attention. No, I did not see it, Councillor.
Well, everybody that side of the room saw it? Yeah, it's just disgusting. It's bullying.
I'm sorry. I did not see anything.
I'm going to ask these councillors to substantiate exactly what they're alleging in the middle of the chamber, because it's just really, frankly, weird.
Have a look at the
That's called gaslighting.
Have a look at the
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Councillors.
I can't be bothered talking anymore. It's just
Councillor Moran, I was paying attention to you and what you were saying, and I did not see it.
What I was saying too, and I could still hear the giggling and the derision there.
No, the only thing I heard was some coughing from down the back. That's all I heard. Members.
Coming from the councillor, routinely laughs at during other councillors' speeches, routinely mocks, routinely.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. We're going to continue with this.
Rich beyond belief to hear this.
Members.
Admit what?
I'm going to go back to Councillor Couros. Councillor Kerr, we are going to get through this agenda. Councillor Couros, did you wish to speak?
Another 10 grand. She has done.
Oh no, I thought she asked a question.
I said questions before. I asked questions to administration before.
Okay, fine. Sorry, members. If not, I'll go.
I can't speak.
I just asked you if you wanted to speak.
Stop talking.
I mean, Lord Mayor, I'm getting commentary on this side, calling me a fool, and as I was walking out the door, she was calling me a bitch, and then she's...
Councillor, thank you. That's enough. Can we please speak to the motion?
It is a circus.
Councillor.
I cannot believe it. But let me talk about the motion here, because it seems to be that if I don't...
That's quite slanderous what Councillor Couros just said.
Councillor Snape, please be seated. Councillor Couros, please speak to the motion.
In this chamber, though, Lord Mayor, so it's water off a duck's back anyway. Really, at the end of the day, I haven't received any complaints. So I actually know a lot of restaurateurs, and
Councillor Moran, please.
Lord Mayor. At what point,
Councillor Moran, please.
Does she have to continue and still get away with actually speaking to me this way? At what point does this have to continue? When will it stop?
When will it stop?
When will it stop, Lord Mayor? A senior councillor constantly attacking someone else in this chamber.
That's what you do.
Honestly.
That's what you do.
Members.
When is it going to stop?
Members.
You did, very clearly.
I certainly did not.
Oh, you know how to angle your
Councillors, all right. Sorry.
Lord Mayor.
Are we going to finish this or not? No, Councillor Snape, sit down, please.
Apologies, some quite offensive from Councillor Kerr.
Sit down, please.
An ageist comment in regards to
I am not.
Councillor
I'm sorry. You can all wait till we've finished in the chamber, and then you can go and be rude to each other outside. If we could please finish this motion.
I'm happy to, Lord Mayor, according to administration, they haven't received any complaints. We're creating a policy in regards to a one trader. I would love to administration to actually speak to this trader. I've always found administration very supportive with all of our businesses who are doing it tough out there, who are finding it, obviously all of these COVID restrictions that we've had in the past to have been a burden to their business. And I think it's important that the line of communication with councillors to administration is very direct, and to be able to pick up the phone, call administration, let them know what the situation is happening for the trader, as I do many times with administration who have been more than helpful every single time I have asked them to help support someone who needs some assistance in a particular issue. This is not a motion that I could support at the moment. I need more context to it. I need to understand how, if creating a policy in regards to it or investigating this using administration time, what are we actually supporting? I am one to always support small businesses, but I need to have more clarity in regards to it rather than spending administration's time. If it's only just one trader, it's just a phone call.
Members, if not, I'm going to Councillor Snow.
I'll just keep it brief, but as one of the councillors who lives in this city, I must admit I have seen more outdoor furniture since and during the COVID times than before, which of course we welcome as part of our strategy. But if what Councillor is saying is correct, and I believe to be a man of integrity and honesty, then some of our traders do need help with this. And as such, I would support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. Look, the worst of this council is on display tonight, no question about that. This motion comes from a trader who says he speaks for others. He is a competitor of Councillor Kouros's, felt unable to raise the matter with her because of that competitive status between them, and so came to me. I have proposed this because in particular there is one trader who has fallen to his knee in front of council on a number of occasions and said, give me more time, give me more time, more time. The council has appropriately responded, look, there are regulations to be enforced. These regulations require that your furniture is brought indoors every evening. We cannot give you a further extension. My intention in this circumstance, and the administration knows precisely what it's all about, because there have been complaints from the individual writing to the administration, and from the administration talking to one person in particular. Now, it is a handful of restaurateurs. However, they are transitioning. They are attempting to survive. And one in particular that I was speaking to in relation to this matter is on a knife's edge. Not only is it impossible to deal with the amount of outside furniture and bring it in each evening, it's almost impossible to survive. And he is asking this council, not unreasonably, can you just give me a little more flexibility? Can we just be a bit more lenient? And that is all that at stake here, nothing more, nothing more. And yet it's derided, picked apart, pulled apart, and the aspirations, the desire of this one trader just to have a little more flexibility so that they can survive, that is, the trader and those he claims to represent, they are desperate for our assistance. And the administration is not unwilling to help. The administration says clearly at 13, so long as we don't have to in any way compromise our ability to achieve compliance with our guidelines, we will try to extend flexibility. And this discussion, this motion, is the means by which we empower them to do that. It is.
Councillor, please don't interrupt. Councillor Martin, continue.
Lord Mayor, the council is gravely dysfunctional, and I regret that for the sake of ratepayers like the people I'm talking about. And moreover, there doesn't seem to be any sympathy for the individual, even when there are people here in this room.
You won't tell us who he is. You won't give him to the administration.
Councillor
No, does he want to help the constituent, or is the constituent...
Councillor Hyde, sorry.
This motion is a waste of time.
Councillor Hyde, you can vote for or against it, and you had your opportunity to speak before. Councillor Martin, if you'd like to finish sum up.
Lord Mayor, I just can't top that. I'll let it go.
Thank you. Sorry, that was summation. We're going to the vote.
Lord Mayor, I would like some clarification before we go to a vote in regards
Too
to
late.
what
I'm
Councillor
sorry.
Martin has
No,
said.
I'm sorry.
Councillor Martin has
I'm sorry,
implied that
Councillor Kouros.
constituents-
You will sit down and be Councillor Kouros. You can ask him when we have finished council,
Lord Mayor,
because
Lord
we
Mayor,
have
I'm just
summed up
asking.
and we're going to the vote.
Lord Mayor, I'm asking...
Members, we're going to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is lost.
Now, can I ask for a point of clarification?
Council members, the division has been called on the motion. All those in favour of the motion, please stand and remain standing until all names have been called.
Councillor Moran, Councillor Snape, Councillor Donovan and Councillor Martin.
Sorry, Councillor Kouros, you should have done it before we went to sum up. We are now on 17.5. Councillor Moran, we've got a city combustible cladding report.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, I have to declare a conflict of interest. I have stated in my register of assets that I am the trustee for a trust that owns a property which is affected by combustible cladding, so I must declare the interest material.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Snape.
I move that Council request the Administration to provide a report to the June scheduled meeting of Council on the number of buildings within the Council boundaries identified by the City of Adelaide and by the State Government as requiring the replacement of combustible cladding, together with the timetable for the replacement of such cladding, and 1, an estimate of cost of waiving all City Council planning fees to encourage replacement of combustible cladding, and 2, the possibility of either Council or the State Government or both establishing a concessional loan scheme to help owner corporations to remove combustible cladding.
Thank you, Councillor Snape, for seconding your motion. Councillor Moran.
Look, I'll be very brief. I don't expect the team to vote for anything that I put up tonight, which is sad, but the second part is clearly because the aim of this is to get the cladding off, or to get the cladding converted to a non-combustible form. This is being held up in other countries and other capital cities because often the building owner can't meet his part of the cost, and therefore, even though he's being helped in other ways, there still is a cost to that person. So it's better that the cladding is neutralised in the short term and that money is paid at a later date when the person can afford it. Thank you.
Councillor Snape, did you wish to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. And I realise we've had a heated half an hour, but I do hope that all people come together for this motion. This is not a partisan motion, it's a health and safety issue. We've seen tragedy strike around the world when flammable cladding has caught fire in buildings. Often it's some of the more poorest, vulnerable people in our society who are affected. And yes, I commend this motion for Councillor Moran. This is also, well, I wouldn't say a race against time. It is a time is of the essence type motion. It is important that we get this cladding removed and we get it removed ASAP, and as such, I wholeheartedly support it.
Members, Councillor Hyde.
Lord Mayor, I just wanted to ask whether this was drafted in conjunction specifically with the administration, i.e. did they provide words that were in this motion?
CEO.
Thank you, through the Chair. I'm not aware, by the time it got to me, whether there had been any input from administration. Ilya, do you know?
Thank you for the question. If the question is in part certainly from myself, no direct input, I would need to go back to the team, or of course that's a question to the mover of the motion.
Yeah, if I could ask the question of the mover, was this drafted with the assistance of the administration or any other party, or just for context? Doesn't have to be. Just curious.
It's based on many discussions that have been had with the administration over the past years since the cladding has been pointed out as dangerous. We have had briefings, we have had workshops in the previous council and in this council. So in that way it is based on administration advice.
Further
Did
questions?
the movers draft it themselves, or
I don't see what that's got to do with it. You just asked the question, so.
I'm just looking to understand where it came from. Okay, that answers my questions for the moment.
Members, any other speakers? Councillor Kera?
Just questioning the administration as to whether they have any concerns that might arise from this information being requested. I mean, I broadly support this otherwise, but I'd like to know whether there's any concerns identified, privacy or anything else.
CEO?
Thank you. Through the presiding member, I think the only concern that we had was meeting the June timeframe.
Okay, then would the mover accept a variation given that to allow some more time to the administration, given that this took place, the fire took place a long time ago?
I'm happy to wait if possible. And then, if not, at a later date.
Okay.
If possible. I think it should probably go after, yeah. Go after council. It should go after council on the second line. If it want to be really pedantic. There we go. Thank you. Much better. Thank you, Councillor Hyde. Is that another question?
Yeah, just a further question. Just regarding the interpretation of the words in front of us, would the administration read that as listing the specific buildings or at all identifying those specific buildings in this report, which I presume would come on the public agenda?
CEO?
Thank you through the chair. Members may remember from earlier briefings that the state government had classified various buildings, so we would need to go back and get that classification checked back with state government and bring that information back into this report. Is there anything further really you thought might help?
Members, if there's no...
Sorry, but I'm assuming that the residents inside those buildings are aware of the status of
the cladding.
The cladding that is in there.
CEO?
Thank you through the chair. Through the state government, I'm aware that letters were sent to various buildings where combustible cladding had been identified, and there was a whole heap of work undertaken, which the City of Adelaide actually led in relation to mapping buildings and reporting on each of those buildings. But I haven't looked at it for some time, so we do need to work back with state government in relation to this.
Lord Mayor, I'd save having to do an amendment. I think this report, when it comes back, really needs to have that list in it. We actually need to understand what we're looking at and what we're dealing with. Can I seek an undertaking from the CEO that level of detail is included? Look, if we're going to set up a concessional loan scheme for, looking at things like that, I think.
Thank you through the Lord Mayor. I can't see an issue at this point. If there's anything that stops us from being able to do that, obviously we'll be able to include that in the next report.
Yes, subject to state government requirements.
Correct.
We can have an undertaking to have that level of detail. That'd be good. Thank you.
Members, if not, I'll go to Councillor Moran to sum up. Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried.
Council members, the division has been called on the motion. All those in favour, please stand and remain standing till all names have been called.
Councillor Moran, Councillor Kera, Councillor Ho, Councillor Snape, Councillor Hyde, Councillor Knoll, Councillor Donovan.
Thank you. Councillor Martin, are you rejoining us? Okay, 17.6. Councillor Snape, motion on notice Bakehouse Theatre.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll seek a seconder. I'll wait until more councillors arrive and I'll seek a seconder.
Seconding, thank you.
Fantastic. So this motion kind of does what it says in the tin. And I do know there is a time element to this. The Bakehouse Theatre has been a vital part of our theatre scene for many years. I know, Lord Mayor, you've got an interest in the theatre as well, in the arts. And right now, the company, and that's what we're referring to here, the company, not the building itself, the company is in strife, and if we can't find a new home in the city in short order, I've had a chat to the manager, we're talking in the next 4 to 5 weeks. If we can't find a home for them, they're going to have to start selling off equipment because we have nowhere else to put it, which means that is effectively the end of the Bakehouse Theatre Company. As such, I believe it's well within our remit and well within our kind of commitment to creating a more vibrant cultural city that we try and assist them in finding a new location. I'm not suggesting that we spend money on a location. I'm just suggesting in this motion that council staff allocate some time to assist them in searching for a suitable location. Yes, I appreciate the support of my seconder and I commend this to the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kouros? Members? If not, I'll go back to Councillor Snape to sum up. Councillor Snape?
I guess just once again to reiterate the time frame to the administration, and I appreciate that, and summed up.
Members to the vote, those in favour? Those against? That's carried. 17.7, the Deputy Lord Mayor will defer that to June. We have time on that one. That takes us to 17.8, Councillor Kouros, Forgotten Australian Monument.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I assume I've got
Councillor Hyde.
Councillor Hyde. The history of the memorial is detailed in the administration comment. But for those that don't know, the South Australian Memorial for the Forgotten Australians consists of 4 huge stainless steel daisies, each in a different state of opening as a symbol of hope and healing for the children who are now adults who have suffered harm in and out of home care. This is situated opposite the Women's and Children's Hospital. The project coordinator of Inclusive Communities is at Helping Hand asked me if council could look at planting daisies around the memorial and the chairs, the benches that are further away to be brought closer in because they do. The Forgotten Australians do come to this memorial site quite often, but they also have the Apology Day, National Apology Day to Forgotten Australians is held on the 16th of November, so they would really appreciate if we could fill that up with daisies around the base of this memorial for them to come and visit when they want, and they would really appreciate for this to be, to be a place for they can visit quite regularly, but also on the 16th of November.
Thank you. Councillor Hyde, did you wish to speak? Members? No? Just before we go back to Councillor Kouros, I just want to thank you for bringing this in. It's a beautiful memorial and actually deserves a bit of love and attention. The teams do a really good job looking after all of the memorials, and so if we can actually do something that will bring some more joy to those people, that would be great. Councillor Kouros, are you happy to sum up?
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Members to the vote, those in favour? Those against? That is carried.
Would that be noted as unanimous, please?
I'll have that noted as unanimous. Thank you, Councillor. Motions without notice. I have have Councillor Kerr. Thank you.
I've got two, Lord Mayor. First one is the Australian Local Government Association National Funding Priorities matter. Now, I believe councillors had the benefit of the email that was sent today outlining the motion itself. I hope councillors had recourse to see that. There was a link provided in the... actually, I need a seconder, don't I? Sorry. Was there a seconder?
Councillor Martin.
Yeah. So look, I'll pretty much stop there because the link was provided in the email, which gave you the list of funding priorities. If you had a look at them, they were all more or less good and worthwhile requests. Road funding, etc., etc. I won't go through all of them, but they are there. So I suggest councillors vote for this as our position on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. Councillor Martin?
Reserve my right.
Members, any other comments? Thank you, Councillor Kerr, for bringing this forward from the ALGA. All Australian councils have been asked to participate in this campaign, so there's a coordinated approach which hopefully will deliver the best possible outcomes. But I thank Councillor Keller for bringing it into the chamber. Councillor Keller, you want to sum up?
I'll sum up.
Sum up. Members to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Thank you. That's carried. Did you say there was a second?
Yes, Lord Mayor. I do have a second motion. I just need to get my computer to work. Sorry, bear with. It was only drafted tonight, so I had no recourse to send it around earlier. So I'll just read it out. That in relation to Illuminate Adelaide, the Lord Mayor write to the state government indicating the council's serious concern that a substantial road, Rundle Road, will be closed for 3 months to facilitate an event which runs for 2 weeks, requests that the government seek to reduce the road closure time for the event, and indicate council will assist the government in this objective where possible.
Councillor Kira, just before we go forward, it's not the state government who's closing the road, it's actually the City of Adelaide who's closing the road. I guess so I can't really write to ourselves.
Yeah, all right, okay. Well, I'll change that. I thought it was actually orders from above. I'll change that. In relation to Illuminate Adelaide, the right concern that it will be closed for 3 weeks, and
so I'm just sorry. I'll just make sure that we get some. So a few things. I'll just get the CEO to talk to this because there is actually no decision yet. I'll just go to the CEO.
Thank you, presiding member. So that decision has yet to be made. The consultation closed last week. Like all consultation when it comes to events, that will be assessed and that will be brought back to council. Is that correct, Dillian? For decision.
We're running out of time on this matter, and I suspect it's going to be a fait accompli. By the time we have something come back, it's going to be too late to sort of say, that this ought to be this ought to be expedited. The closure period ought to be expedited. So I guess I'm seeking guidance on how a motion might be put forward that seeks to expedite that. It's just that it's coming up so soon. That's why it's brought without notice.
Of course, I understand that the consultation timeframes are tight. And obviously, as an administration, we are expediting that. If we can make it to a council meeting in a timely manner, we will do that. If we need to call a special meeting, which we have done in the past for certain items that can't wait, then we can look at that. But I cannot provide any sort of comment on what that consultation says or indicates because I haven't yet seen it.
Can the administration liaise with Luminat Adelaide on this particular topic in particular, because it is drawing particular concern, quite understandably. It's a 3-month closure for a 2-week event. People who live in Kent Town are going to have to be shunted off to Fulton Road, etc., to get to and from work.
Jesse, 6 weeks.
Sorry?
No, it's 6 weeks. 12. No,
It's 12.
event. One's for 6 weeks.
I thought it was 2 weeks.
Closures.
So may I suggest that we wait till the report comes in a couple of weeks?
All right,
if there's any discussions that need to be had in the meantime, I would strongly recommend talking with the CEO so that we have the right information. So, members, there being no further motions without notice, I will close the meeting. Thank you.